All right, we're on the record in docket 2202-166. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Mr. Willie James Jr. He is present with me at council table. Also present with me at council table is Mr. Stephen Cornish, also appearing on behalf of Mr. James.
And sir, you are Willie James Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people are prepared to proceed with the preliminary examination this morning.
All right, is that your understanding, Mr. Austin?
It is, Your Honor. We are prepared to proceed as well.
Are there any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we start the preliminary examination from the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Austin?
Couple matters, if I may, Your Honor.
Sure.
One, I would ask that if at least one of Mr. James's hands could be unshackled, just so he could assist in taking notes during the preliminary examination.
Mr. Stevens?
I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
It's my understanding that because of security purposes, he can do the best he can to make notes, but they're uncomfortable with unshackling in any way. So I'm gonna have to deny that motion. Second, you had a second, something to.
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask the court for an order of sequestration.
So I'm gonna leave it, you know your witnesses better than I do, and so does Mr. Stevens. So I'm gonna grant your order of sequestration, but I'm gonna count on counsel to make sure that we don't have witnesses who have the potential ability to testify in regards to everyone except, I believe, the investigating officer can stay throughout the proofs.
Your Honor, I've already taken many of those steps anticipating the request for sequestration. Of course, the people have no objection to that. I'm, in fact, unique in this case, at least slightly unique in this case, is that some family members who are often allowed to testify, I've actually instructed them that because at least one or more of them would be called today and in the future at a potential trial, that I requested that they remain outside, even though Victims' Rights Act may provide them sort of an exemption or exception to that request. And so sort of consistent with Mr. Austin's request, I have no objection to that and will make sure that we abide by that from our standpoint.
Okay, yeah, I'll leave it to the parties to make determination. I think depending on what happens in the case, it's the safest route to take in regards to exposing potential witnesses to testimony. Anything else, Mr. Austin?
No other preliminary matters on behalf of Mr. James, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are the people ready to proceed with proofs?
The people are, I guess, before I made some furniture modifications. Is the court okay with
Absolutely.
what I've done, just so I can sort of move around a bit?
Right. And also defense, feel free to make whatever modifications you need. I understand there's extensive evidence in this, and so that's to be expected. Mr. Stevens, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. The people will call Officer Bo Idelski.
The only thing that has changed since I got that was I used to panel.
Officer Idelski, I'm going to have you come right up here in front. I'm going to indicate for the court reporter your full name and spell your last name.
Bo Idelski, Idalski.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury. All right, I'm going to have you sit here and please project for recording purposes, okay? And Mr. Stevens may ask you to state and spell your last name for the record again. I just do it so that I know, make sure the court reporter has a full spelling of your name. Mr. Stevens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Idelski, are you employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
the Lansing Police Department,
How long have you been so employed?
about 2.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
Patrol.
Road patrol?
Yes, with the community police officer assignment.
Drawing your attention back to January of 2021, what was your assignment back during that time?
Road patrol on day shift.
Specifically, I want to direct your attention to the date of January 16th, 2021. Were you working that day
Yes,
in your road patrol capacity?
yes,
And on that specific day, did you have contact with individuals in reference to the reason you're here today?
yes.
Where did you, I'm sorry, why did you have contact with individuals that brings you here today?
In reference to a missing person.
Let me start with, on January 16th, 2021, do you remember the specific individuals that you had contact with that day?
Yes.
And if you could just name, identify the individuals that you met with on January 16th, 2021, please.
Andrew Watson Senior.
Just that individual?
There was another female, but I would have to double check her name.
So two individuals you met with,
Yes,
one male, one female.
Correct.
And you name identified the male. As to the female, you just don't recall her name at this moment?
that's correct.
Okay, I'll get back to that in just one moment. Where did you meet these individuals?
The male was at the LPD Operations Center, and the female I had contact with over the phone.
Okay. LPD Operations Center is in the city of Lansing.
That's correct.
Is that the Wise Road location?
That's correct.
No. You prepared a report regarding your contact with these individuals on January 16th, 2021.
Yes,
As to the female, would you have documented her name after that contact?
yes,
That would have been contained in your report.
correct.
And doing your report, would that help refresh your memory as to the female's name?
Yes,
Page one. May I approach this witness?
You may.
Officer, I've underlined a portion of the report. If you could just review that to yourself and look up to me when you're done, please. Reviewing that, did that help refresh your memory as to the name of the female that you spoke with?
yes.
What was that individual's name?
Alyssa Ryan.
And earlier you indicated you met or spoke with these two individuals, Mr. Watson Senior and Alyssa Ryan, in reference to a missing person. Was that missing person name identified during this contact on January 16th, 2021?
Yes,
What was the name offered or provided as to the missing person?
Andrew Watson
Junior, senior, or something else?
Jr.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Without objection, thank you.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, witness, you're excused. Thank you for your appearance today. People may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people are going to be calling Otelia Watson. First name, I believe, is spelled Otelia.
All right, Ms. Watson, I'll have you come stand right in front of me. Okay, you can state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Otelia Watson, Watson.
Okay, and you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna have to have you sit here. I'm gonna have you project as loud as you can, and feel free to take off your mask in order for recording purposes, okay?
Okay.
When you're ready, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Watson. Ms. Watson, I'm going to have you here today because I want to talk about your son, Andrew Watson Jr. Okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Anytime myself or the judge or Mr. Austin, who's over here in the blue tie, we ask you questions, if you could just answer with like a yes or a no,
Okay.
okay? And it's only because and are difficult to type out, okay? And sometimes we'll correct you, like I did a moment ago. It's different, and so I just wanted to try and give you a heads up. Ms. Watson, where was your son Andrew Watson? Is it Andrew Watson Jr.,
Andrew Watson the second,
the second? Where was he born?
St. Lawrence Hospital, Lansing, Michigan,
What year?
1982.
And so as of today's date, that would make him approximately 40 years old.
Yes.
Where did he grow up?
Lansing.
What schools did he attend?
Mount Hope Elementary, Haddingale, Gardner, and Eastern High School. I mean, not Eastern, Everett.
Everett?
Yes.
No. Mount Hope, Haddingale, Gardner, and Everett. Are those all schools within the city of Lansing?
Yes.
Did he attend any college?
LCC.
And LCC stands for Lansing Community College, ma'am.
Yes.
Did your son, Andrew Watson II, have any siblings?
Yes.
How many siblings?
Three.
He has three
Sisters.
sisters. And where, just generally speaking, where do his three sisters live?
His oldest sister, Andrea Watson, lives in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay.
And Antoinette Watson and Janae Watson lives in Lansing.
Your observations as mother of these children, specifically Mr. Watson Jr., is Andrew close with his siblings?
Yes.
In what way?
Spending time with them, visiting, talking to them on the phone.
Do you know?
We have family time, like there's always like, we have like Nana's Day at my house with all the kids and grandkids. Or we have big family dinners. We have cookouts a lot. And most of the time, they're either at my house or at Janae's house.
Janae is one of the sisters that lives locally in Lansing. correct?
Yes.
All right, you sort of touched on something that I want to go into a little bit. Does Andrew have children of his own?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
5.
And so when you referenced a second ago Nana's Day, you said the kids and grandkids. Does that include Mr.
And-
Watson's children?
Yes.
Where do Andrew's children live?
3 of them live with their mother's mother because the mother's deceased.
Okay.
And 2 of them live with their mother
Locally or someplace else?
in Lansing. They're all in Lansing.
All 5 are in Lansing?
Yes.
Can I approach this witness?
You may.
And I'm handing you what has been previously marked and shown to the defense as people's proposed exhibits 1, 2, and 3. You could just take a moment and review those items, and I'll ask you some more questions about them, okay? Peoples 1, 2, and 3, are those all individual photographs?
Yes,
Do you recognize those photographs?
yes,
Are those some photographs that you provided the Lansing Police Department as part of this investigation?
yes.
At this point, Your Honor, people would move for admission of Peoples proposed 1, 2, and 3.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Mr. Cornish will be handling the examination of this witness.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Without objection, People's Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted in evidence.
Thank you. So ma'am, I'm gonna first start with People's Exhibit 1. And if you can, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be the stand. So we can all sort of see it, including the judge and Mr. Austin and Mr. Cornish. Can you describe for us, for the record, please, what is depicted in People's Exhibit 1?
That, in that picture, that's my husband, Andrew Senior,
Okay, so my hand is on
Andrew
the
Senior,
left side.
yeah,
All right, so where my finger is,
and his daughter, Andrea Watson.
so you're
That
moving
was
left
her-
to right.
She's next to her dad.
Okay, so-
She came, that was her last visit when she came up from Memphis, Tennessee.
okay,
That was in 2020,
okay.
and Antoinette is next.
Is this Antoinette right here?
Yes,
All right, so sort of middle left of the photograph,
yes.
okay?
Then Andrew the second in the middle.
So I, just sort of looking through the back of the photograph, I see an
Yes.
individual sort of right in the center with some, what appears to be sunglasses on.
Yes,
That's Andrew Jr., or I'm sorry, Andrew
Andrew
the
the
second.
second, yes.
Very good, thank you, if you could continue.
And then I'm next to him. Yes, and then my youngest daughter, Janae, is next to me.
She's
on
the
the end.
farthest right in a red t-shirt.
Yes,
Show you now People's Exhibit 2. If you could describe for us what's depicted in People's
that's my
2.
son, Andrew the second, with his first son, Andrew the third.
And do you have an idea of when this photograph was taken?
It'd be 14 years ago, because Andrew's an infant, and he turned 14 in October.
And then I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 3. What are we looking at? in
That's
People's-
Andrew the second and his stepdaughter, Mackenzie.
Now, I want to just sort of narrate this photograph a little bit. Andrew II is where in the photograph?
He was at,
Sorry,
Where?
within the photograph.
in Lansing,
And is he on the bottom or the top?
on the bottom,
And then you said
Mackenzie on the top.
daughter is on the top part of this photograph.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Did this take off the big mark that I had on the document? It actually belongs to the too.
Ms. Watson, are you aware if Andrew II had any health problems?
He was ADHD, but I think he probably kind of grew out of it. Because when he was a child, he took medication for it, but he didn't need it after he was an adult.
Any physical ailments that you may be aware of?
He had a tooth that he was supposed to be getting pulled out. That was every now and then it would get infected.
Okay.
But that was it.
Anything that, if you're aware that he routinely saw a physician for, or doctor for?
He would go to the emergency room every now and then for that too.
That's
When
it?
it would flare up.
Okay. Beyond that?
No,
Do you know the last place that Andrew Jr. was living?
it's called. Yeah, so. I've been to the house. I'm just not sure of the street.
Okay, well, let's start with, is it in the city of Lansing?
Yes, it's in the city of Lansing.
Okay, where is it, if you don't know the street, do you know any cross streets or any landmarks maybe near?
I don't remember, because I only went there once.
Okay. Do you know how long he had lived
I
there?
know it's on the south side.
South side of Lansing. Do you know how long he had been living there?
Only a few months.
Now, you say only a few months before when?
before he went missing.
Prior to that residence, had you been to any other places that he had lived
He had lived with his sister, Antoinette.
within the city?
Yes,
Now that place on the south side of Lansing that he had lived at a few months before he went missing, do you know if he rented or owned that place?
rented.
Do you know if Andrew had a vehicle?
He had a vehicle that he was renting.
Do you know how long he had rented that vehicle?
It had been some months.
And again, similar to where he was living, some months before he went missing?
Yes, he was driving rental vehicle for at least a year.
Okay.
It wasn't always the same one because like you have to take them in once you had them for so long, and then I guess while they service it or whatever, they give you a different vehicle.
Okay. Remember the last date that you saw Andrew Jr.?
January 11, 2021.
And I know we've touched on it a couple times, just a few minutes or a few seconds ago. Have you seen or heard from your son, Andrew Watson II, after the date of January 11, 2021?
I received a text message from him on January 12th around 11:30 a.m.
Okay, after that point in time, the text message on January 12th, 2021 at 11:30, around 11:30 a.m., have you ever seen or heard from your son?
No,
Before that time, before January 11th or 12th, how often would you communicate with Andrew?
if not daily, every other day. Because I had January 11 was on a Monday.
Okay,
I seen him that Monday. He came over that Saturday. He came over that Friday. 'Cause I had just had surgery, so he was coming by pretty much every day, checking to make sure what I needed.
okay,
And I know that Saturday he came. He brought me some Tylenol PM. That Monday when he came, he wanted to know did I need anything else. And I said I don't need nothing today, but I'm getting low on juice. So he was supposed to come back that Tuesday and bring the juice. And when he texted me that Tuesday morning, he was referring to the juice. That I'm gonna get your juice today. Is there anything else that you needed? And I was like, that was it.
now I want to, you referenced a few days. I want to make sure I understand your timeline. You said January 11th was a Monday, but then you referenced he had stopped by a Saturday and a Friday. Are you working backwards in
Yeah,
time?
backwards.
Okay, so the Friday before January 11th, which would have been the 8th, January 8th, and then Saturday, the 9th,
Yes.
he stopped, you saw him in person.
Yes, he brought me the Tylenol PM that Saturday. That's on the 9th, the 8th, 9th. He was coming by to check on me because I had my surgery on the 5th.
Okay,
And he came every day except for that Sunday, which would have been the 10th.
if you hadn't recently had surgery and he wasn't stopping by, would you still, was your relationship such that you?
I still would have seen him at least 3-4 times a week.
Okay. And that, when you say seen him, you would actually
At
see
my
him in
house.
person?
Yes, he would have been coming by.
Was that personal or face-to-face interaction? Did that also include communication with phones or text
Yes.
messages?
Yes, we talked a lot on the phone.
And since that that text message on January 12th, 2021 at approximately 11:30 a.m., have you ever received any communication via telephone or text from your son?
No,
On January 11th, 2021, you said your son stopped by your residence?
yes,
I don't want you to give me the street numbers or address, but is it within the city of Lansing?
yes,
Do you live there alone or with somebody else?
my husband,
Your husband's name?
Andrew Watson Senior.
Senior? Was, if you remember, was your husband home when your son Andrew stopped by on January the 11th,
Yes,
2021? Yes? Do you know approximately how long your son stayed at your house that day? That would be January 11th.
about 30 minutes or more.
Now, I know you said that you had surgery and he was offering to buy you items, grocery items, get you things that you may need. If you hadn't had surgery, is that something that he routinely would do for you?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Sort of.
Well, all my kids do that. Anytime they're going to a grocery store or something, they always check to see if I need anything.
Leading up to the last time you saw and heard from your son, would there be times where you would call your son on the phone or text him?
Yes,
Would he always answer immediately?
yes,
It's unusual that you have not heard from your son.
very unusual.
Your son, prior to January 10th, I'm sorry, January 11th and 12th, was your son talking about moving anywhere,
No,
going anywhere?
no,
Any issues that he was having?
no,
Any upcoming events that he was expecting?
no,
Your son ever lived outside of the state of Michigan?
yes.
How long?
He lived in Florida for probably a year.
Okay, when was that? If you,
He left like in 2000, at the end of 2018. He came back October 9th of 2019.
you know why he went to Florida?
He moved to Florida. First, he went there for a visit and he liked it. And then he ended up moving there because he thought he could start over and be fresh and have a better start.
Okay.
But then Crystal died, 3 of his kids' mother. She died on October the 8th of 2019, and I called him that day to let him know that she had died. And he came back the next morning. He got a flight the next morning and came back.
Did he ever talk about going back to Florida?
He went back to get the rest of his things after her funeral and moved everything back so he could be with his kids.
Since moving back all of his things back to Florida, or from Florida, did he ever talk about going back to Florida to live again?
No,
That's the only place he's ever lived outside of the state of Michigan?
but when he was a kid, like 15, he went and stayed in Arkansas with my mother for like maybe 3 or 4 months.
Okay, that kind of
That
stuff.
was
In the
it.
summer or something?
He went in the summer, but then the school year started, so he went to school for like a month before he came back home.
That was relatively temporary.
Yeah,
Aside from those 2 instances, any other times outside of the state of Michigan?
no,
And did he ever talk about leading into January 11th or 12th of 2021, going out to Arkansas?
no,
When he's in the state of Michigan, did he live anywhere in any city other than Lansing?
no.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. Pulling up Peoples one. This was from 2020, you said?
Yes, September 2020.
September 2020, thank you. And that's the last time your daughter visited from Tennessee?
Yes,
A little over 2 years ago, since the whole family got together.
Yeah.
And then, just to confirm the photo, Peoples 2, which is the photo of Andrew II, is maybe a 14-ish so year-old photo.
yes,
This is something you provided to the prosecution or to the police?
yes.
You didn't have anything more recent, other than the Peoples 1 or 3?
That was the last family picture that we all took together.
In regards to 2, you didn't have like a picture of Andrew that was the second that was more.
I gave him more pictures than that.
Okay. Then Peoples 3, that was with his stepdaughter Mackenzie.
Yes,
When was this taken? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Her mother sent it to my phone.
Is it an older, maybe not an exact date, but an older picture, a newer picture? How old is she? now?
No, it was a 2021 picture.
2021. And you said that he, Andrew II, to be specific, was taking medication growing up. Is that correct? For ADHD?
Yes,
Any other medication for any other mental health disorders?
he had took asthma medication when he was a baby.
Nothing else for any sort of psychiatric or mental health issues?
No,
And you said he was no longer taking that. Is that accurate?
no, he wasn't taking it.
And you said that you didn't know of any other medical issues. Is that correct?
No,
Other than this tooth?
yes,
Okay, but in fact, wasn't he in a car accident in 2020?
yes,
Did he have any sort of medical issues from the car accident, which would have been
no,
6-ish months before you last time saw him? Was it more than one car accident or just the one?
only know of one.
Thank you. You testified on direct, I just want to clarify something, that when you called Andrew II, he would answer immediately. Is that your testimony today?
Yes,
Okay, and you talked to the police in this matter, is that correct?
yes.
Isn't it true that sometimes you couldn't get a hold of Andrew?
But when I would call him, if I didn't get an answer, then he would call me back.
And sometimes you had to go through third parties though to reach him,
Yeah,
correct?
sometimes, if I called him and I didn't get an answer right then, I would call his friend Tara. And then within 5-10 minutes, he called me. Because I would call her and ask her if she knew where he was at, because he wasn't answering it. I called him, he didn't answer his phone.
So when you say Tara, you mean Latara, Latarra, last name husband, traditional spelling?
Yes,
So sometimes, in fact, he didn't immediately answer. Is that a more accurate statement?
well, I said immediately because he would call back like in 5-10 minutes.
Without telling us anything that someone else said, okay? Was he with someone while he was in Florida?
His girlfriend,
Without telling us anything she may or may not have said, have you spoken to her since the last time you saw Andrew II?
yes,
Okay.
Where in Florida was he living? I guess
Fort
nearest-
Myers.
Fort Myers, thank you. You said he drove a rental car?
Yes,
Not a like rent to own or a local place that's selling him, just like a constantly was driving rental cars or rental car.
I don't know where they rented it from. My son-in-law would rented it for him.
Nothing further, thank you, Art.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. I want to go into something I asked about, Mr. Corner sort of touched on. That's getting in contact with with your son, Andrew Jr.
Yes,
I have a mom and I don't always answer her phone calls. Are you telling me that you would call him and he wouldn't always answer?
sometimes he didn't answer, but he would call back within 5-10 minutes.
Okay. So you're always able to get a hold of him in some way,
Yeah,
up until, and that ended January 12th, 11th and 12th, 2021.
yeah, because that night on the 12th, I called him, no answer. The next day I called him, no answer. And then the following day, the phone was going straight to voicemail.
And you took all these steps that you described with Mr. Cornish. You reached out to Ms. Husband to
Yeah.
try and have your son call you.
Yes,
Was that successful in any way?
no,
Thank you, Your Honor. No additional redirect.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Without objection from the people.
With any objection to this witness being excused from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're free to leave. Thank you. People may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Alyssa Ryan.
Ryan, I'm gonna have you come right up here to the bench. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Alyssa Ryan, Ryan.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. Ma'am, have a seat here and please project for recording purposes, okay, ma'am? Mr. Stevens, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ryan, do you know somebody name identified as Andrew Watson II? Right, how do you know Andrew Watson II?
I met him through a mutual friend.
And how long had you known Mr. Watson II?
I believe I met him in October of 2020.
Did you call him Andrew? Did you call him something else?
No, I called him Skrill.
Skrill? How would you spell that if I were to ask you to spell it?
Skrill.
All right, so if I were to continue to refer to Andrew as Skrill, are we on the same page?
Yes.
All right, and I just maybe using that so we can avoid having to continue to repeat Andrew Watson II, okay? Is that okay? Can you, if you were to describe your relationship with Skrill, how would you describe it or explain it?
We were friends.
Okay.
We were kind of like dating-ish at one point in time, but at the last time I saw him, we were just friends.
So let me, you brought it up. So you said the last time you saw him, what was the date? Do you remember the date the last time you saw Skrill?
I believe it was January 12th of
What?
2021.
Okay.
11th.
So you had some sort of relationship with Skrill between October of 2020 until the last time you saw him, January 12th of 2021. We're talking about 4 months. Is that an accurate count, give or take? And in that time, you had a friendship and or a dating relationship. Back in January of 2021, do you know where Skrill was living?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to his place? Do you know if it was somewhere in the city of Lansing, or you have no idea at all?
I had no idea where he was.
Very good. I don't want the street address or street numbers or address. Where were you living, in the city of Lansing? Do you remember the day, the events of the last day you saw Skrill?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about that day, okay? The last day you saw Skrill, how is it the two of you got in contact, got to the point where you were seeing each other face to face?
I believe I called him. Me and my friend were hanging out. We were trying to get him to come hang out with us. And then he asked me for a ride. He said that he needed a ride. So the friend that I was with, she watched my kids, and I went and picked him up. And then I gave him a ride.
Do you know where he was when you picked him up?
I don't know where he came from. He had me meet him at a house that was behind a speedway.
Okay. Was that house in the city of Lansing, as far as you know? And how did you communicate with Skrill? Phone, text, something else?
Over the phone.
Phone calls, text messages?
Phone call.
Did he say why he needed a ride?
He didn't originally tell me why he needed a ride, but well, there was some confusion because he asked if he could use my car.
Okay,
I didn't realize that until he was in the car with me, and I wasn't gonna allow him to use my car.
okay.
So eventually he said that he was going to a poker game.
Okay. So you understood that you were driving, the ride he needed was for you to drive him to the poker game. And did you eventually drop him off at some location? Where, you remember?
In Georgetown.
Right. Is Georgetown in the city of Lansing? State of Michigan? Can you describe where Georgetown is within the city?
It's off of Edgewood.
Okay, so we're talking south side,
Yes.
okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
No questions, witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 91. Just take a second and look at that for me.
I did not. No, I did not.
And that's where.
I'm not, I just want you to look at it, and then when you feel that you've looked at it, we'll walk through it, okay?
Okay.
People's 91, is that a photograph or a map?
Yes.
Just a single page?
Yes.
Does the area look familiar at all?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that it looks familiar?
This is Georgetown where I dropped him off.
All right, so what is depicted in the photograph is familiar because you've been there.
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, people move for admission of People's 91. People proposed 91, sorry.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Not objection. People's proposed exhibit 91 is admitted into evidence.
All right, now I'm gonna hold it up so we can all see it. If you could, I'll stand like this, a little bit closer. Show what you, or why is it you're familiar with this, or this area looks familiar to you?
This is Georgetown right here,
Okay, so,
and I believe this is Edgewood Boulevard.
all right, so I know you've shown us in court, we can see that somebody typing it that can't see that in what you've shown. So what I'm going to try and do is narrate a little bit of what you've demonstrated. So the first thing that you demonstrated to us is there a road sort of in the very middle of the map that's sort of a hook shaped, or maybe even a circle, a loop? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, and I think you took your finger and you traced it around this road right here, that's sort of a hook or a loop shape, is that right?
Yes.
And what street is that?
Georgetown Boulevard.
All right, and so that is what you're referring to as you drove him, Skrill to Georgetown?
Yes.
All right, then you described or pointed out another landmark over here, which would be the left side of this photograph. There's, in the left corner, there's another street that you described as Edgewood.
Yes, I
Right,
believe
that's
it's
right.
Edgewood Boulevard right
All right,
there.
so that sort of narrates us or orients us on this map, is that right?
Yes.
How did you know where to drive?
I had been there before with him.
By name, you're referring to Skrill.
Yes.
Hello, Your Honor. And I heard something about the warrant. I don't have the warrant, do I?
Do you know how many times you had been there before with Skrill?
I think like twice.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Now, on January 12th, the last day you saw Skrill, when you drove him to Georgetown, do you know approximately what time of day you picked him up?
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was around like 10 o'clock.
Not sure.
I'm not
Okay.
100% sure.
So let's go a little morning, afternoon, or evening.
It was at night.
Okay, so at night, so we've eliminated sort of the morning and afternoon. Is that fair? All right. Do you know who he was going to play poker with?
He
Your Honor, I'm
didn't
going to
tell-
object. That would be based on hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, I believe all of these statements are an example of what is known as the Hillman rule under Michigan Rule of Evidence 8033, which are statements of future plans, statements narrating what the declarant, this would be Mr. Watson Jr., aka Skrill, is intending to do in the future. And so that, based on that Hillman case, which is relatively old, but subsequent case law thereafter, satisfies Michigan Rule of Evidence 8033.
Response to 8033.
Your Honor, I stand on my objection. I just don't believe it would fall under that exception, and I believe that it is hearsay. And I stand on my objection to that and would have a continuing objection to any further line of questioning.
Okay, if clarification, she hasn't clarified who she got the information from. But if she received the information from the deceased, then I do, and I'm familiar with the Hillman case, I do believe this is the reflecting something in the future, as opposed to how you're feeling or your sensation under 8033. So I think it would come in. I'm just not certain that it comes in from him right now. So I'm going to sustain the objection. I do believe, though, it fits 8033 if it comes from the deceased.
And I think I understand what the court is indicating, and I think maybe some additional foundation to that. I may have skipped a couple steps and there were some questions.
So at this time, I'll sustain the objection, allow you to continue questioning.
Very good. When you picked up Mr. Watson, if I remember correctly, you don't remember where exactly you picked him up, correct?
I do.
Okay.
It was a house that was on a street behind Speedway.
My mistake. You, if I remember, you didn't know where he was before that,
Right.
but you do remember where you picked him up.
I met him there. I got there first, and then he pulled up and we got in my car.
Okay. And when you and Skrill were communicating about him needing a ride, the content of that or the reason for the ride was to go to a poker game. Did he say in that conversation who he was going to be playing poker with?
No.
Okay, not then or not at all?
No, he never told me a name. He referred to them as
Okay, so, but at some point regarding this ride and what he wanted the ride for, he referenced the person he was going to meet.
now with the name. No.
What were the nicknames? In that, just generally, in that conversation, he was telling you he was going to meet a nickname.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And that came from Mr. Watson or Skrill regarding the ride he needed.
Yes.
All right. At this point, and I don't know if I need to renew my admission, or I know that it was largely sustained based on foundation. I think that foundation relatively clears it up. I didn't hear an objection from Mr. Austin, but I just want to make sure the record's clear on this.
It's clear without objection at this point.
Okay, thank you. Your
Okay.
Honor.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I was allowing Mr. Stevens to lay or attempt to lay further foundation. I would just for the record renew my objection and would have a continuing objection to that line of question.
All right, so the hearsay statement from the deceased to the witness, under 8033, statement of mental, of then existing mental future plans, bodily sensations, physical sensations. I believe in his exception to the hearsay rule. It's appropriate under Hillman. And so I will overrule the objection and allow the witness to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I know you may have answered this a little bit. I just want to sure I can clarify. You pick him up and in the conversation, he needs a ride to play poker with a street name or nickname Unk. If you were to spell that, how would you spell Unk?
UNC.
Like uncle
Yeah.
is probably the closest. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that something common for Skrill to do?
No, I had never heard of him. Well, I might have heard of him playing poker like one time, but I wasn't around him. It wasn't something that I knew he did all the time.
Okay. And how did you then know to go to Georgetown?
He told me he called the woman who lives in Georgetown, her name, he called her Auntie,
Okay.
and he told me to go to her house.
And is that based on your conversation with Skrill where this poker was going with Unk was going to occur?
Didn't specify, really, he didn't tell me his detailed plans.
Okay.
I just knew he was going to play poker,
You knew,
and that's where I was dropping him off at. He didn't exactly say that's where he was playing poker.
okay. You knew where Auntie's was, nickname Auntie, right?
Yes.
Okay. As you were driving Watson over to the Georgetown location or Auntie's, do you remember anything happening on the drive over?
He was on the
When
phone.
you say he, who are you referring to?
Squirrel.
Okay, Skrill's on the phone.
He was on the phone. He was arguing with the person, telling him that he was coming. He was just kept being like, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. I'm coming, don't leave.
Okay.
And he just kept arguing. I don't really remember specifically. I just remember them arguing on the phone and him saying he was coming.
What did you understand that to mean?
Object to speculation.
Response?
I'm asking what this specific witness understood. I don't know that she can speculate as to her own state of mind.
Right. I think it's not offered for the truth. It's being offered to show what she's thinking during the process. And But I don't think I don't think she can speculate as to what he's thinking. She can always indicate what it meant to her. So for that purpose, I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow you can indicate what you were thinking about what was happening.
We were in a rush
Okay,
and I had to get there quick. Then he started thinking, he thought that he was gonna use my car and take it and drop me off at home. And so he made it apparent he was in a big rush and the person that he was meeting was angry and needed to get there ASAP.
and that fell onto you to drive him there ASAP.
Right.
You said the conversation, or you described the conversation as an argument. Why is it that you describe it as an argument?
I don't remember what was said. I just remember the conversation was hostile.
Okay, and when you say hostile, can you hear only Skrill talking? Can you hear the person on the other end of the phone? Was it on speakerphone? Do you understand what I'm sort of asking?
I think it was on speakerphone,
Okay,
but I don't remember.
okay. And so when you say it's hostile, what is it that you saw or heard or witnessed that sort of led you to the impression that it was hostile?
Whoever was on the phone with him was yelling at him
Okay, so you heard yelling, may not remember the words.
or cussing. They're just being really hostile.
How was Skrill reacting to the hostility that was on the phone?
He wasn't being hostile back. He was just, I'm coming. I promise, I swear I'm on my way, I'm coming. And he just kept telling him like, just hold on, just don't leave, I'm on my way.
Okay. Had you ever witnessed anybody speak with hostility towards Skrill before?
No.
On January 12th, 2021, the day you described as the last day you saw Skrill, did you eventually make it to the Georgetown location?
Yes.
And that's what you pointed out in People's 91, the map we just looked at.
Yes.
Can you describe for the court, please, what sits at that address? Is it a business, a residence, something else?
Townhouse?
So some sort of residence
Yes.
where people live?
Yep.
When you arrived, was there anything any vehicle or anything, any person that caught your attention that you remember?
There was like a Suburban type of truck there. And then I did see a guy get out of the truck. He was looking toward the car like he was waiting for us.
Okay, so I'm gonna unpack this a little bit. I'm gonna go step by step through it. When you say a Suburban type of truck, so when I think of Suburban, I think of like a sport utility vehicle. When I think of truck, I think of something that has like an open bed. Can you describe what you are talking about?
Not very good with trucks, but
I know.
I used to have like a Yukon. It looked something similar like that. There wasn't an open bed.
Okay, so when you use the word truck, it's more of a descriptor versus like a smaller car or a minivan.
Right.
Okay, so no open bed.
No.
All right. Do you remember what color?
I think it was like a goldish color. It was nighttime and I wasn't particularly interested in it, so
Sure.
it might have been gold, it might have been a different color.
May I reapproach this witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what has been marked as People's Proposed 8, just for identification. Is People's Proposed 8 a single photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What is depicted in the photograph, does that look similar to what you're trying to describe?
Yes.
You don't know, and I'm not asking you if what's in 8 is the one you saw, but the words that you've been trying to describe, the vehicle that you remembered, sort of encapsulated in People's Proposed 8. Now, you said that upon arrival or shortly after arriving, an individual exited that suburban type truck slash vehicle, it was sort of a gold color, and appeared as they were waiting for you,
First, bro.
for Skrill. All right. Can you describe what that person looked like?
I didn't see like very much detail, like I said, but it was a sort of tallish looking man. He had a hat, some glasses, and a big coat.
So a male, when you say tallish, what are you referring to? And I mean, I can
He
walk,
wasn't short.
okay,
I didn't get out of the vehicle at
That's
that
fair.
time, so I don't know like versus myself, but he didn't seem like a short individual.
all right, so let me ask this. Did you see Skrill and this male next to each other that day?
I don't remember.
Okay, so if I were to ask you if the male that got out of this suburban type vehicle was taller or shorter than Skrill, would you know?
Yeah, he was taller than him.
Okay, so this man was taller than Skrill by a lot, a little. I know, these are hard questions. And if you don't know, you just tell us you don't know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. Squirrel was pretty short, so I'm not 100% sure.
And when you say Skrill is pretty short, what do you,
He's
I
shorter
guess-
than me.
he's shorter than you? How tall are you?
I'm about 5'8".
So this person had a hat and a big coat. Now, when you say big coat, are you referring to something long, something puffy? All of those things, what would you describe?
Not long, just large.
Like-
Not puffy necessarily, but like just a large coat.
And then glasses, I believe you said?
I think so, yeah.
Are you talking
Glasses.
eyeglasses like you're wearing now, sunglasses, or something else?
I think he had sunglasses on.
Could you tell if that man that got out of that vehicle was black, white, Hispanic, Asian, or something else?
He's black.
Do you see any other details like facial hair?
Yeah, I believe he had a beard.
Did you see what part of the vehicle this male, black male with a beard, what part of the Suburban that person got out of?
No.
When Mr. Watson or Skrill got out of your vehicle. Did he have anything with him?
He had like a grocery bag.
Okay.
That's. I didn't know what was inside the bag, but that's all I think he had was just a grocery bag.
Did he have any other items? Wallet, cell phone, coat, glasses, anything that you remember Skrill having?
I know he had a coat. I don't know necessarily about a wallet. I know he said he had a lot of money on him. I didn't see it.
Object to hearsay.
Response?
I guess to that, it might be the very similar foundation. If he said it in that moment, it may not necessarily be a Hillman rule, but if he indicated earlier, the reason I have this money is because I'm going to go play poker, that might be a different foundation. And so I guess similar to the court's previous ruling on this issue, I have no issue if you sustain the objection and then maybe some additional foundation as to when that statement, he had a lot of money, might sort of illuminate that.
Response, Mr. Austin?
Yes, Your Honor, it seems to be beyond the scope, and we're, I think, lacking the foundation that the court used to allow in the previous line of questioning. So therefore, I would maintain my objection to hearsay.
Your objection sustained.
Thank you.
You can rephrase if you'd like, Mr. Stevens.
Do you, as to a moment ago, when you indicated that he said he had a lot of money, when did that happen? When did he say that, if you remember?
It was either right when he got in the car or right before he got out of the car.
Okay. And do you know if he had any cell phones on him? Cell phone or cell phones? One, more than one?
I don't remember how many phones he had, but at least two.
After Mr. Watson got out of the vehicle, got out of your vehicle, where did he go?
Into the townhouse that was called Auntie's house.
And do you remember if there's any apartment number or address associated with it?
I don't remember the
That's
address.
fine. Did he walk into that townhouse alone or with someone else?
With the person that he met there.
And by met there, is that the same, is it the same person that got out of the suburban vehicle that you described?
Yes.
The black male with the beard? Now, I've referenced it a few times, but if I could, I'll take a sort of a sideways step. Can you describe for the court, please, what vehicle you were driving that day?
White 2013 Infiniti JX35.
White Infinity JX35. Now, I feel like I know a lot about cars, but I'll be honest, I don't know much about this. Can you describe the type of vehicle this is?
It's a SUV. I think they call it a hybrid SUV.
Okay.
I've also heard it be called a truck, but it's just a larger.
It's an SUV, doesn't have an open bed,
No,
not a minivan.
it has 3 rows.
Okay. When you arrived at Georgetown and before before Skrill walked into the townhouse, did he ask you to do something for him?
And we talked about getting food
Okay, when you say we, you and
in Scrum.
just the two of you?
Yep, he asked me if I was hungry. He said that he would buy me some food. I just needed to go get it or figure out what I wanted to eat. And then things that he wanted, like a piece of cake or something.
Okay, so he wanted food himself,
I think he just wanted some cake, yes.
okay? And offered to buy you food as well, is that what I'm to understand?
Yeah.
But you simply had to go, get it and bring it back to him, or at least bring his part back to him,
I think that was the original plan.
okay? Do you remember, where you got, did you do that? And let me
I
ask
did.
that, did you get food?
Yep, I went and got some food from Applebee's. I think he wanted a piece of cake, but then by the time I got the food, he didn't want it anymore. By the time I ordered it.
Now, as part of this investigation, did you meet with the detective that's to my right? Here, this Detective Osborne,
Yes.
and you detailed some of the timeline with hers, what we've discussed here today.
Yes.
Did you also, do you recall providing her a copy of the receipt from when you purchased food? No, you don't remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. May I approach this witness?
You may.
Putting before you what has been marked as People's Proposed 92. Okay, you see that?
Yeah.
Is that People's 92 a two-page document?
Yes.
All right. Reviewing that, are there items on contained within People's 92 that are that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that, I don't want you to say quite yet what it is, what is it that you're familiar with, what's contained in People's 92?
The receipt for the food that I bought.
Okay, is there personal identifying information as to you that's on it?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Proposed 92.
Admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 92. Any objection?
Without objection.
Without objection, People's Proposed Exhibit 92 is admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do my best to hold this and walk through it with you. At the top, so we have a two-page document, correct? At the top, there's an order number associated with this. All right, and I'd say about a third of the way down, is that your name under customer?
Yes.
And there's a phone number and an email address associated with you.
Yes.
And just below that, is there a store that is associated with this order?
Yes.
What is the store?
Applebee's, South Lansing.
Okay, and just above that, so near the top of under the heading order summary, does it have a subheading called or entitled ready time?
Yes,
What is that to, what did you understand, or what do you understand ready time to mean?
the time that the food would be ready.
Okay, and what does it say immediately below the subheading ready time?
Immediate for 10 PM,
Okay, and order type,
curbside pickup.
and what does that mean
um,
or no?
That I go to pick up the food.
Okay, below has order, a heading order content. What is that?
The food that I bought.
Okay, and then just below that subheading, there's a custom fields. What's in the custom fields?
The vehicle make and model
Okay,
that I
and,
pulled up in.
and why is that information relevant to your order?
That is the car that I'd be pulling up to pick up the food for curbside pickup.
Okay, and what is noted in the make and model of the vehicle that you listed?
Infinity JX35 white.
And so, and then the last page is the ultimate just breakdown and payment. Is that fair?
Yes.
So People's 92 is sort of a document form of what you just described. Going to the Applebee's on the south side in your white vehicle to pick up food
Yes.
after dropping off Skrill at Georgetown. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
After, and did you in fact pick up that order, that food?
Yes.
Did you return it back to him?
Yes. So I think he had gotten the honey wings instead of the cake.
Okay,
Now that I look and see.
so after you reviewed People's 92, your recollection as to what he, Skrill,
Yes.
ordered is changed?
Yes, he got the honey barbecue wings, and I had the chicken Alfredo.
Okay, and then did you return back to deliver those items to Skrill?
Yes.
And where did you return to?
The same house that I dropped him off at in the Arbor Resort house.
Did you go inside the townhouse?
I went right inside the front door.
Okay, so you didn't actually enter into the living place, but we're at the entry door.
Correct.
And at dropping this food off to Skrill, can you describe your interaction with him at that time?
I had brought him a charger too because he said his phone was dying.
Okay.
And I came in, I handed them to him. He said, "Thank you." He told me I looked good and asked me who I was looking good for. And then I told him nobody. And then he said, "Thank you." Told me he loved me. I told him I loved him too, and then I left.
Okay. Did you exchange a hug, a kiss, anything like that? Okay. And did you leave the Georgetown area a second time?
Yes.
Did you return? Were you expecting to return?
No.
Were you expecting to pick up Skrill?
I wasn't expecting to, but he did kind of leave it up in the air that he might have needed a ride since I didn't let him use my car.
Okay. Did he ever contact you for a ride?
No,
Did he ever call you after you left him the second time where he said that you were looking good and wanted to know who you were looking good for? Did you ever communicate with Skrill again?
I think he might have called me. He either called me before I left and we had a conversation over FaceTime or right after I got home. It was a short conversation. I don't remember if it was after the last time I saw him or if it was right before I saw him.
Okay.
But I had a short conversation with him on the phone.
Since that point, have you ever seen Skrill again?
No.
Have you ever communicated with Skrill again?
No.
Did you ever try to reach out and contact Skrill?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I waited a couple of days. I didn't hear from him, and then I think that was on a Wednesday.
You think what was on a Wednesday?
The last time I saw him.
Okay.
I believe it was either Tuesday night or Wednesday night, and then on Friday. His child's mom contacted me and asked me where he was at.
Jack, your hearsay.
Response.
I certainly agree with, I don't know if she was going to fill in what was specifically said or if it was going to go to sort of how she reacted thereafter. So I'll defer to the court as to how you want to handle that specific.
But it's definitely it's definitely a statement made out of court. I'm not sure it's offered for the truth as much as it's being offered to show what kind of contact she had. So I'll take it as not offered for the truth in regards to just being offered to show why you did what you did or the effect on the listener. So I'll overrule the objection. I'm not using it substantively. I'm only using it to indicate why she did what she did afterwards.
So I started calling his phone like, repeatedly.
Any contact?
No,
What, if anything, do you remember about calling his phone? Did it ring?
at first it wasn't ringing. There's two phones that I was calling. I know it rang there was one time that I called his phone and it did ring.
Okay. Did anyone answer?
No.
Okay. Then after that, did you
And
call?
after that, his phone never rang. It went straight to voicemail. I called it a million times.
And as you sit here today, January 10th, 2023, have you seen Skrill since the last day you saw him on January 12th, 2021?
No,
Have you had any communication with Skrill since the last day you saw him on January 12th, 2021?
No.
Text, voice, anything?
no,
Have you personally tried to locate Skrill since the last time you saw him?
I did. I
Could you
tried.
describe for the judge what steps you personally took?
I went to every house that I'd ever been to with him. I tried to contact in any way I could anybody that I could reach that I knew was in connection with him. Every person I'd ever like met him with or knew him at all. Any house I had ever even stopped at with him, I went to that house and I knocked on the door and asked them if they'd seen him.
Did you contact any hospitals? Did you contact any jails?
I did call the jail, yes.
Okay. And I presume, based on your answer a few moments ago, that despite contacting the jail, you were unsuccessful in either finding or making contact with Skrill. Is that fair?
Correct.
I'm sorry. One moment here, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm covering everything. All right, last thing I want to cover briefly. You referred in the sort of build up, or drive over to the poker at Georgetown. You referred to or indicated that person that you're meeting up with, or Skrill was going to meet up with, was known, identified as Unk. Is that right?
That's, yes.
Okay, did you ever learn of a person or name associated with Unk?
You mean like the person that he was referring to?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, what was the name? What was the person?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think hearsay and lack of foundation as to how she knows this or learned this.
Response?
I was trying to get to the foundation, so I guess that addresses that, and without the foundation, I can't really address the hearsay aspect of it. I mean, Mr. Austin may be right. I don't know that yet.
Right, right. I'll overrule the objection, allow you to phrase, and then I'll entertain another objection.
So you were able to associate a name or a person with the nickname Unk.
Yes.
How is it that you came to that association?
I talked to so many people when I was looking for Skrill to find out who he had been with. And eventually a girl who claims that she's really close to him said that
Okay, so
Your Honor, I'm going to
I'm gonna
remove my
stop you right
objection to
there.
hearsay.
And I think for the record, I'm stopping the witness consistent with that objection, so.
So the objection sustained at this point.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Honor, thank you. Morning, Ms. Ryan. So as I understand your testimony, you first met Skrill in October of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
And the last time you had communication with him was somewhere around January the 12th of 21, is that right? And so the time that you knew Skrill was approximately, this is a 3 or 3.5 month period of time we're talking about?
Correct.
And during that period of time, how often did you communicate with him?
Almost every day.
And were those phone calls, text messages, both, something else?
Mostly phone calls.
Those initiated by you, by him, or both?
Both.
And how long were the conversations that you would have with him? Minutes, hours?
Sometimes it would be hours. Sometimes it would just be a quick call. He'd maybe say he was gonna come see me, or
And during that period of time that you knew him, how often did you see him in person?
a little bit less than we talked on the phone. Most of the time, he might call me and say he's gonna come see me. Sometimes we would just talk all day.
Would you say you saw him in person on average once a week, more or less?
More than once a week. Maybe once every couple days.
And during this period of time, you knew him, you stated that you had no idea where he was exactly living at, is that correct?
Correct.
And time that you were telling us about where you were dropping him off at the Georgetown address, you were dropping him off, was it your understanding at the time that he didn't have a vehicle and that's why he was needing you for the transportation?
He didn't explain to me why he didn't have transportation there.
Was that the first time you'd given him a ride? Was that something usual or unusual?
That was unusual.
Okay. And when you arrived, you were talking about the gentleman you saw getting out of some type or was out of some type of suburban truck. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that it may have been a goldish color, is that right? Okay. But you can't tell us that for certain, is that right? Could have been some other color.
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes.
So it was obviously dark out, right?
Yes.
Was there any street lights on at the time that you recall?
Yes.
Were they shining on the suburban truck or illuminating it in any way?
Not sure.
And the person that you saw that you associated with the suburban truck, you described this person as a tallish looking man, correct? And by that, you at least indicated that it was someone that was taller, correct?
Yes.
And you said you're approximately 5'8", right? Would you be able to approximate whether this person was 6 feet tall, more or less?
I'm not sure.
And you'd indicated that sometime after this, you were attempting to get in contact with Skrill. I believe you stated that there were 2 phones that you were calling. Is that correct?
Yes.
And by that, do you mean that Skrill had two different phone numbers that you were trying to contact?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a primary phone that you normally communicated with him on, or did he communicate kind of equally on both of them with you?
There was one phone I primarily talked to him on, and then every once in a while, I'd randomly talk to him on the other phone.
And beyond having a brief interaction with Skrill when you brought in the food, beyond that, you didn't really go inside the residence of Georgetown, is that correct?
Not that big.
Okay. And at that date and time that you dropped Skrill off there, on your own personal knowledge, you don't know who was there, correct? Who all the people that may have been were there, correct?
Correct.
And on your own personal knowledge, you don't know what may have been happening in there because you weren't there. You didn't stay or you didn't witness that, correct?
Correct.
And the phone call that you were talking about on the ride over there, do you know, based on your own observations and memory, was that a phone call that Skrill initiated or the person who was calling it?
Don't know that.
And you had initially thought in your testimony that Skrill was sending you out to get cake, but now that your memories are fresh on that, it was another food item. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe he wanted cake with his food, but then eventually said to take the cake off.
Or may I have a moment?
Maybe.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Stevens?
Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people,
Without objection.
from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, witness, your excuse. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just going to advise the court and Mr. Cornish and Mr. Austin, this witness is slightly out of order by way of chronology, but I would like to get this lay witness out of here before we hit a bulk of the officer testimony. So I'm going to be calling Matthew Perfit to the stand. Last name is P-E-R-F-I-T-T.
All right, Mr. Perfect,
Yes, sir.
you can come up here. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Matthew Perfit, M-A-T-E-H-E-W, P-E-R-F-I-T-T.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
Thank you. You can have a seat there. Please project for recording purposes. And Mr. Stevens, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir. Mr. Perfit, it's my understanding that you had a recent change of employment, but prior to this recent change, where were you employed?
LaFontaine, Buick GMC in Lansing.
Okay, and how long had you been employed at LaFontaine Buick GMC?
I was there for about a little over 2.5 years.
And is that within the city of Lansing,
Yes.
Ingham County, state of Michigan? What was your role at LaFontaine?
I was a service advisor.
I'm going to draw your attention back specifically to January 2021. Do you remember that period of time that brings you here today?
Yes.
And if you could describe for the judge, please, what it is that you remember from January 2021 that brings you here today, please.
I remember a gentleman coming in to get something replaced out of the vehicle, specifically their passenger seat. I remember going out to the vehicle with him because he wanted it replaced. And I kind of seen it, kind of looked in relatively good shape. I mean, typically people come in with like rips or something wanting to replace, and I didn't see anything. And then I asked him why did he want it replaced, and he said that his son borrowed it for the weekend, got into a fight, got some blood on the seat. so he
I'm
just
gonna
wanted
object
it
to hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, what, with some additional foundation from this witness and other witnesses, what I anticipate the court will learn is that these statements are statements made by the defendant, Mr. James. And so that hearsay objection would be statements of party opponent and would be admissible under the hearsay rules.
Response?
Well, I think, Your Honor, before we get into the bulk of these statements, that foundation may or not be laid. I would think we could start with the foundational aspects too, as to who he was talking to, then we can make a determination whether or not he's specifically referring to the defendant, where those statements would come in as admissible.
So I agree. Rather than get into a 104B conditional relevance issue, if this witness knows who made the statements to him, that would clear the way for an opposing party statement.
Certainly.
So with that understanding, I'm going to sustain the objection and allow you to continue.
And of course, as the court indicated, as Mr. Austin indicated, the easiest path is if the witness certainly can say the name and or identify. I would also, to try to avoid a 104 problem. However, I'm just advising the court and Mr. Austin, Mr. Cornish, that it may be subject to connection up via 104, but of course that is the path of more resistance, and I would prefer not that. But I just wanted to be clear that I'm not trying to do anything improper. So we'll walk through this foundation. So I'm going back.
The objection sustained at this point in time, and I'll allow him to continue laying foundation, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Perfit, so you referenced a point in time where you made contact with an individual regarding a seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, that person, could you describe what that individual looked like?
So during that time is when COVID was
Okay.
pretty high, so everyone was wearing masks.
Okay.
And I remember him wearing like a hoodie or like a hat of some sort. So I really can't get a very good description of exactly what he looked like, but I know he was wearing a mask.
Okay. Male, female,
Male, yes.
black, white, Hispanic, Asian.
Black man.
Any facial features, as like facial hair or anything?
Not that I could tell. I could maybe see a little bit of a beard underneath the mask, but other than that,
Had you, prior to this interaction, had you dealt with this person before?
one other time, yes.
Okay, and was that at LaFontaine?
Yes, sir.
And how close in time? So I guess what I'll say is there's the seat cover date. How close in time to the seat cover date had you previously dealt with this individual?
I would say probably 5-6 months prior to that. We did some other service work on his vehicle.
Okay.
But
Do you remember what some of that work was?
I believe we did tires of some sort, and possibly some kind of suspension work.
But you said as far as specifics on some of the previous work, you're unfamiliar as to the dates.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you remember any name or names, or did you learn any name or names associated with this individual, first or last, middle?
Last name was definitely James.
Okay.
My first name on the paperwork I had, I couldn't even pronounce the first name.
Okay.
And I can't remember what the first name was. I couldn't pronounce it.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't remember. I know I asked, I couldn't remember your answer. Some of the previous work included what?
I want to say it was ball joints, and maybe lay bar links, if I remember correctly.
Anything additional beyond that?
I want to say transmission work possibly, because I know we had an extended warranty, and I had to call that company to get authorization. I want to say it was transmission lines possibly.
Okay.
They're leaking.
And did you previously testify that there were some tires?
I think we did tires for them, yeah.
Oh, and that, okay, and that's, I think you were not certain.
Right.
All right. So but if you did any of that work, that would be a part of any work order created by
Correct.
LaFontaine. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that is something that LaFontaine, when you worked there, did as a routine course of business.
Sure.
May I approach this witness?
You may.
Mr. Perkins, I'm going to, actually, just showing you this, does this look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay, and I've highlighted a couple aspects of the item I've just shown you. I've also shown defense counsel. If you can just review those to yourself and then look up to me when you're done, please. Reviewing that, does that help refresh your memory regarding tires?
Yes.
Okay, and were tires replaced on a specific vehicle?
It was a Yukon.
And describe for me, I know this is probably pretty basic for you, having worked at LaFontaine for a while, but describe what a Yukon looks like.
It's a larger SUV, kind of truck style, not no truck bed, but
All right, so I'm going to show you what has been identified in this record as People's Proposed Exhibit 8. Is this a photograph?
yes,
And what's depicted in 8, is that consistent with what you're describing as a Yukon?
yes.
What date were the tires replaced? Remember?
I do not remember the date.
That would be in a work order?
Yes.
All right, so would you like to review that again?
Yes. The invoice date was January 26th of 21.
Reviewing that, does that help refresh your memory as to the date?
Yes.
And what was the date?
26th of 21.
Thank you. So if I were to ask specifically, the person that's 1, 2, 3 down, the blue or white, do you know if that's the person you interacted with regarding the
I
seat?
can't say for sure.
Okay, does that person match the description,
Yes.
at least some of the characteristics?
Yes.
Now, you spoke with detectives regarding this investigation, is that fair?
Yes.
And specifically, you provided them some of the information you've already provided us today. The contact that you've had with this particular individual, vehicle, physical description, is that, generally speaking, those are the things they asked you?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember being asked to look at a photograph of a specific person
Yes, the detective did ask me.
and showed you a photograph?
Yes.
All right, and did you identify the person in that photograph as the person that you were dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
All right, Your Honor, so at this point, unfortunately, the path of more resistance is the course. As the court has seen, I've asked, and while this, I believe Mr. Perfett has been very honest that he doesn't think he could. There is some additional evidence that would be subject to connecting up that I've already laid some of the foundation for. So with that, and certainly in conjunction or association with Mr. Austin's objection, I'm deferring to the court as to how you would like me to proceed, because I'm certainly not done with my examination as to the content of Mr. Perfett. But I could do, at least in my estimation, a brief foundational aspect with a witness and then bring Mr. Perfett back, if that's what the court would like, or if you want me to just conclude with Mr. Perfett and then connect it with a later witness. And I'm aware that the court can sort of conceptualize and block out that if ultimately I cannot connect it up, that you're not to consider it. So with that, I'll defer to the court and to Mr. Austin, Mr. Cornish on how they'd like to proceed.
Mr. Austin, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Before that, council approach briefly.
Sure. So, Mr. Stevens, you can approach the council.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Austin, you can make your response.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I would maintain and renew my objection, particularly as the response of the witness on, lack of identification. I understand for, I think, efficiency purposes, Your Honor, rather than concluding with this witness, having another witness testify and bringing back Mr. Perfect, because I know the court's going to be able to separate what may be or may not be admissible. So I have no objections to continuing with the examination of a witness for the reasons, but I do maintain my objections to any out-of-state or out-of-court statements that the person who was coming in and seeking to work on the vehicle, I would maintain my objection for that as hearsay.
Thank you. Pursuant to 104B, I'm going to allow I have some discretion in allowing proofs to be entered in a certain way. We certainly want to accommodate schedules. And so I will take the answer as conditionally relevant in regards to an opposing party statement and how it's linked up. And then ultimately we'll link it all up in regards to whether we have opposing party statements as identification. But at this point in time, with a witness here and direct going on, we'll continue with direct. Your objections noted and overruled.
Thank
you. And Mr. Stevens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Remember, with the stipulation of Mr. Austin, I am marking an item for the record as People's 93. I do not have it in printed form, and it has been disclosed by way of discovery. I have a digital version on a laptop. What I intend to do, because of so it's on the same vein as the scheduling, show this to Mr. Perfect, and then what I'll do to perfect the record is create a printed version with the stickered. So what I intend to do is verbally identify this, and we'll walk through it that way. I discussed that with Mr. Austin. I believe he's in agreement with that for record keeping purposes.
Okay, so Mr. Austin, do you have any objection of the people proceeding in this way concerning a digital laptop photograph that will be perfected with a hard copy and an exhibit marked?
I do not, Your Honor. That is evidence that has been previously provided to us through evidence.com. I have no objection to Mr. Stevens proceeding that way. And as the court indicated, my understanding is there will be a follow-up with a printed physical copy for purposes of the file. I have no objection to proceeding this way for purposes of the exam right now with just the digital copy.
All right, so and we'll refer to that as People's Exhibit 93, just for the record purposes.
Thank you. May I approach this witness?
You may.
All right, so a few moments ago, I talked to you about, or asked you some questions about meeting with the detective, and the detective showing you a photograph of an individual. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you what is verbally identified as People's Proposed Exhibit 93. Showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 93, does that look familiar?
Yes.
Okay, and does that look familiar as the photograph that you were shown while meeting with the detective?
Yes.
And you remember it as such?
Yes.
People move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit verbally identified as 93, and I'll protect later.
Any objection?
Not objection.
Not objection. People's Exhibit 93 is admitted, and for the record, we'll have a hard copy and Exhibit 93 will be marked, but for our purposes, the digital copy is admitted as Exhibit 93.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so showing you 93, this represents the person that you have dealt with regarding that Yukon vehicle.
Yes.
Specifically regarding what I've entitled the seat cover event. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so any conversations that you're referring to during that conversation is with this individual depicted in this photograph, verbally identified as 93.
Yes, sir.
So taking us sort of back to ultimately where we started, or I started with you, if you could please detail for me what transpired during what I'm entitling the seat cover event with the person depicted in that photograph.
Mr. James came into my office, sat down, said he needed to have his seat cover replaced. And then he did say he ordered something already for his seat. So we went out there to take a look at it so I can kind of see what he already did. And I couldn't figure out what it was, and he couldn't tell me either what it was. But as looking at the seat, I didn't see any blemishes on the seat. So I asked him why he wanted the seat replaced.
Okay.
And
Can I stop you there for just 1 second? So you then personally go to a vehicle. What was it, the same Yukon that we've been referring to?
yes, sir.
Okay. And you visually inspected a seat within that vehicle.
Yes, sir. Passenger seat.
Now, when you say passenger, are we talking front passenger, back passenger?
Front passenger seat.
Okay. And what was your recollection of the condition of the seat?
The seat looked fairly new. It looked clean. Didn't see any blemishes on it.
Okay.
And that's when I asked him why he wanted it replaced.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said his son borrowed the car and got into a fight and had blood on the seat.
Okay.
So he wanted it replaced.
Did you see any blood on the seat?
I did not.
Did you ask him or sort of question him about the blood?
I did not.
Did you get any indication that blood was cleaned from the seat?
No, sir.
And do you remember when this conversation occurred relative to replacing the tires?
The day before, I don't remember.
Was it close in time?
It was fairly close, yeah.
Okay. Was a seat cover ultimately ordered?
Yes, we did order the seat.
Was it ever installed?
It was not installed.
When it came to that, at UConn and your interaction with the UConn, had you always dealt with that same male?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Austin.
Mr. Honor, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Well,
Oh, I want to first talk about the photograph that you were telling us about. You were shown a photograph, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Do you need it?
I do not.
Okay.
You're referring to Exhibit 93.
Correct, Your Honor. And that was a photograph that was shown to you by law enforcement, is that correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that that was a Facebook picture, or did you not know the source?
I didn't know
of
the
that?
source. I kind of assumed it was a Facebook picture. But I wasn't sure.
And you were just shown that one photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
You were shown that one photograph and asked if you were able to identify the person in that photograph as the person who came into the business, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were not shown multiple photographs, is that
No, sir.
correct? You were not shown a series of photographs all at once, is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you given any type of instructions when you were shown that photograph?
No, sir.
Were you told anything like, don't be afraid to say no if you don't recognize this person, or indicate if you're unsure, anything like that?
No, sir.
We're shown this photograph, where was this taking place at?
In my office at the dealership.
How close in time were you viewing this photograph as to when the last time was you interacted with the person with the vehicle you were telling us about?
A couple weeks.
And this time that you were telling us about the seat covers, the person had a mask on, is that correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't anything unusual at the time because of COVID, is that right?
Correct.
And the type of mask he was wearing was a COVID type mask?
Yes, sir.
Or may I have a brief moment?
You may.
And just to clarify, you were not able to sit here, in court today and positively identify the person that you were interacting with at the dealership regarding the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the person you were interacting with, you were telling us about the seat covers, come in with COVID mask and et cetera. There wasn't anything alarming about this person's demeanor on that day and time. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah,
Person did not seem overly frantic.
no, sir.
Person did not seem nervous.
No, sir.
This person wasn't sweating profusely.
No, sir.
This person wasn't overly demanding.
No, sir.
Didn't seem to be any type of sense of urgency interacting with this person.
No, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Without objection from the people.
Any objection, Mr. Austin?
No objection.
Thank you, witness, for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Mr. Austin?
before we proceed with the next witness, Mr. James has indicated we can have a restroom break, please.
Any objection to brief recess? Okay, so we can take 5 or 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just let me know.
Stevens. Mr. Stevens, how many more exhibit stickers did you use that I don't know about? The court recorder is not supposed to be surprised. Yeah, it's a friend.
So far, I've only used the ones you've already given me.
I know. So did you use all of them up through 100?
No,
Okay.
I only have up to 95. Did I lose some?
I may have only done 95. Do you need more?
I'm good for now. Thank you. Yeah, and then you can try and change them. Really about this ID, Right, because. 26. Right, and then it's after, that's it, right around there, so. Hmm. Well done. No. What was it, 19?
Yes, it's 10:15 Yes, it does.
Well, turn it.
It's weird. No, then my dad's.
I just think this one. The number of times I've said that. Hi. I'm good, you? Wall drop. Officer wall drop. A lot of, it's gonna be a lot of officers.
Okay.
In fact, exclusively. So, yeah.
Sorry.
I'll second this out.
You know.
I could care less what it. Okay. I want it to look good. and not be expensive. I don't care anymore. I mean, we're all giving money to the wrong people. Every day or something on Amazon goes to the wrong people.
2022166. Mr. Stevens, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The people will call Officer Andrew Waldrop. Foreman here, sorry.
It's
No,
Foreman.
I-
Don't have to tell me.
Well, I think you're the only person to tell.
All right, Officer Waldrop. You stand right here. State and spell your full name for the record.
Andrew Waldrop, Andrew, Waldrop, Waldrop.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat and project for recording purposes, please. When you're ready, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Waldrop, if you could tell me, please, are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you been so employed?
a little over 7 years.
And what is your current assignment?
My current assignment is road patrol night shift.
How long have you been in that that particular assignment?
Been on night shift since June of this year.
And prior to that assignment, what was your assignment?
Violent crime impact team, or ECI.
Specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to January 28, 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
And was that in your previous assignment with the VCI? I guess assignment or detail?
Yes, sir.
On January 28, 2021, were you involved in a traffic stop of some sort?
Yes, sir.
If you could please detail for me and explain the nature of that stop for me.
We work in conjunction with the Michigan State Police. The Michigan State Police conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle, and I assisted them. I occasionally drove an unmarked car, and I occasionally drove a patrol car. I can't recall which one I was in that day. I assisted them on a traffic stop on I-96 westbound.
Okay. Do you recall the make, model, style of car that was stopped?
I believe it was a gold Yukon. I recall, I think it was a 2011.
And do you remember the reason for the stop?
Michigan State Police stopped it. Traffic stop.
Okay. So is it fair to say you showed up to the stop after the state police troopers have already stopped the vehicle alongside the road?
Yes, sir.
You recall what troopers were involved?
Trooper Mater and Trooper Riley, I believe. I think Sergeant Woods was out there.
And during the stop, did you have contact with anybody that was inside of that specific vehicle you described as a gold in color Yukon?
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the individual you had contact with?
I had contact with 2 individuals. One was Willie James, who I believe was the driver, and Miguel Rude was the passenger.
And you had personal face-to-face contact with the person you name identified as Willie James?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize that individual if you saw him again?
Yeah, Willie James Sr., I believe.
And did you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point that person out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Wearing a blue jumpsuit, beard and goatee.
We're going to let the record reflect that Officer Waldrop has identified the defendant in this matter.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Without objection, the witness has identified the defendant.
During that stop, was there a search of this vehicle, specifically the gold-colored Yukon?
Yes, sir.
And under what rationale was there a search of the vehicle done?
I believe it was consent search, and the defendant was on parole.
So when you say consent search, are you referring to somebody that you name identified, either Mr. James or the passenger offered consent? for you and the troopers to search the vehicle?
Yeah, I believe so. I heard the consent come third hand. I believe one of the troopers received consent, and then I received that information from them.
Okay, and then you said, you indicated parole, so that a secondary or an additional reason the search was a parole condition for Mr. James.
I believe so, yes.
You were involved in the search of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, what if anything, can you describe or recall from the search of that vehicle, please?
I don't remember locating any contraband. I don't remember locating very much of anything. The car was extremely clean. It was immaculate, actually. I've never seen a 2011 car that I've searched. I've searched a ton of cars in the 8.5, 9 years I've been a police officer. And I have not seen one that old, that clean. And I was looking underneath the seat. It was a little bit moist. Just smelled the chemicals just rolling, like it just got detailed.
Okay.
And then,
Anything else about or during the search that caught your attention?
yeah, one of the troopers pointed out to me, I can't remember if it was Mater or Riley, there was a hole cut in the carpet. It was in the back, near where the passenger would put their feet on the floor.
When you say hole, can you describe what you sort of visually what you recall?
The hole wasn't like all the way through to the ground. It was just a piece of carpet that was appeared to be cut out.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, where within the vehicle?
It was on the floor,
Okay.
behind the driver and passenger seat. I think it was more toward the middle or by the passenger side slightly.
So behind the front passenger seat?
Yeah, it was in between the back passenger seat and the front passenger seats. It was a section that was cut out. When I originally saw it, I almost thought it was somebody trying to put a trap in there or something.
Okay. Why is it that you thought that somebody would try to put like a trap?
It was just weird the way that the carpet was just cut out like that. Usually if I see carpet moved or removed, it's over on the trim by the door. Somebody rips it up. It's kind of weird for it to be cut out in the middle of the floor.
May I approach this witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what has been marked, not yet received, as People's Proposed Exhibit 32. Is People's 32 a photograph?
Yes,
It's just a single photograph?
yes.
And do you see anything in People's 32 that sort of appears familiar based on what you observed from this traffic stop?
Yes, the cut out carpet.
Okay, so People's 32 sort of captures visually what you previously tried to verbally describe.
Yes, sir.
Can I guess, just by way, so I can sort of look back. In this photograph, where, you could just demonstrate where you're referring to the cut carpet.
Right underneath the mat behind the pastures.
All right, so you're sort of describing the lower middle portion.
Yeah.
Is that, that contrasting light colored? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I believe that's the wall underneath the carpet.
Okay. You know if anything was seized by way of evidence during this traffic stop?
Yeah, his cell phone was taken and it was given to me. Give to Agent Hamilton with the MDOC for parole.
You said his phone. Who's his or the he in that?
Billy James Senior.
Was it one phone or more than one phone?
I only recall one.
Don't remember for sure.
I don't remember for sure.
So if you were to review a report from this incident, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
On page 203. I'm going to put a star next to a portion of this report. May I reapproach this witness?
You may.
If you could just review the portion that I've starred to yourself and then look up to me when you're done, please. Reviewing that, does that help refresh your memory as to the precise number of phones that were seized?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And did there come a point where you sort of passed on your observations to another detective with the Lansing Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And you recall what detective that was?
I believe it was Detective McGonigal.
And she's to my left,
Yes.
you're right
Yes, sir.
in the courtroom. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Sure, thank you. Morning, officer.
Good morning.
So when you arrived on scene, the traffic stop had already been initiated, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said at this point, you can't recall whether you were in a marked or unmarked vehicle at the time?
Yeah, I can't recall. I switched back and forth.
Were you in a marked uniform at the time?
No, I would have been in an attack vest that said police on the front and back.
That's different from what you would wear as a standard uniform for this road patrol, for example, correct? You have a body camera on at the time?
I believe so.
And the report that you reviewed a moment ago, to refresh your memory on any items that may have been retrieved, that was not a report that you generated, is that correct?
No, sir.
Was that report by the MSP troopers?
Michigan State Police, yes.
And you did author a report in this case, correct?
I don't recall if I did one or not. I tried to find one earlier. I couldn't find one.
Well, if you had authored a report, for example, it would say entered by and have your name, that would be a report that you generated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review this report?
No, sir.
And to the best of your recollection, this would have been the only report that you would have generated as it relates to this traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that it appears to be approximately one paragraph?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of generating reports, one of the purposes is so you'll be able to recall details and particulars of a particular incident later on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the incident that we're talking here today was approximately a couple years ago. Is that correct? Okay. And you also put in your report details that you would determine to be important.
I would put details that I deem important in my report, yes.
Okay. And things that you would deem to be noteworthy that you want to preserve for future use. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were testifying earlier about the condition of the car, and you described it as immaculate and really clean, and that that was something that drew your attention in your prior testimony today. Is that correct? Okay. Isn't it true that you made no mention on the cleanliness of the car in the one paragraph report that you wrote for this matter?
I don't recall that report. That would have been 2 years ago.
Okay. Then are you saying here today that you don't recall what you may have put or did not put in your report?
Like I said, I haven't reviewed my report. I don't know what the specifics are. I'm testifying based on recollection.
And if I were to show you a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory on that issue regarding the cleanliness of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure. Save me time from flipping it out.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Look up and indicate to me when you're finished looking at that also. And did that refresh your memory on what you included in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after reviewing that, officer, isn't it true that you did not put in your report anything about the cleanliness of the vehicle? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And aside from Mr. James, who you talked about earlier, having interaction with, you believe was the driver of the car, you also mentioned that there was another person in the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you gave us the name of that individual today earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that you did not mention that person's name in the report that you generated? I'm sorry?
Yes, that name was not in there.
And is it true that you did not mention that there was another person in that vehicle other than Mr. James?
No, I did not put that in my report.
And you were talking about the hole that you noticed or was brought to your attention in your earlier testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true you did not make mention of that in your report?
No, I did not put
And you were talking earlier about the search of the vehicle and how that occurred. And you mentioned something about, I think you said consent or third-hand consent. Is that correct?
Yeah, to my recollection, I received the information from the state police.
Does that mean they told you about it, or you were standing there and hearing the consent from someone as it was occurring?
If I recall correctly, I believe that I was told by one of the troopers. I can't remember exactly.
And when you were, and you were involved in the actual search of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you looking for anything in particular and in your mind at that moment that you were searching?
No, sir.
And the item or items that you talked about earlier, were those taken into custody by you or somebody else?
I believe they were turned over to me. I think somebody else took the phones and then took them over to me. Turned them over to me.
And then what would you have done with them from that point forward?
I would have turned them over to the MDOC for parole check.
Would you have done that same day or at a different time?
It depends on how busy we were that day, and I don't recall whether it was that day or the following day.
Would it have been one of those two, either that day or the next day?
I can't recall when I turned it over to the MDOC.
If it would have been the next day, what would you have done with the item in the meantime?
We have a cell phone cabinet that we were able to keep the phones charged and locked and secured area in the building, ready to be picked up.
When you say the building, what building are you referring to?
Planting Operations Center, there's a phone cabinet in our violent crime office, and it's secured with a lock.
Is that on Wise Road?
Yes, sir.
And if that's where they were kept in the meantime, is that something there would be records of? Is that something like evidence where you have to sign in and sign out?
For MDOC phones, not necessarily. The MDOC comes and receives them.
And is it true that you indicated in your report that you had turned phone over to Detective McGonigal?
I could have turned them over to McGonigal to be turned over to MDOC, but I seized them to go to Agent Hamilton.
And if you put that in your report, that would have been an accurate recitation of what occurred, correct?
Yes, if I gave them to her, then I would have intended her to give them to Agent Hamilton.
And Mr. James taken in any kind of custody at that point, or was he released after all of this was concluded, or do you know, or do you remember?
I believe he was released.
Thank you. I believe that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Correct.
No redirect, thank you.
May this witness be excused.
Without objection from the people.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, thank you.
All right, witness, you're free to leave. Thank you for your appearance today. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. The people call Officer Mark Stanley. Actually, this witness I anticipate will take a while. I'm fine with keeping going. I wanted to advise the court.
I'm kind of leaving it to the party's discretion. So if you're, if you're good to go, I'm good to go. If you guys need a break, you let me know.
I'm fine with forging ahead. I just wanted to at least advise that this will take a little bit. I don't know about you or your staff, so I'm just
Right.
asking.
Mr. Austin, do you have a preference?
I mean,
Your Honor, I'm fine with proceeding.
All right, let's go forward with this witness and then we can revisit the issue. So sir, I'm gonna have you stand up here. Please state your name and spell your last name for the records. Just spell both names.
Mark Stanley, MarkStanley.
Then raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, sir, please have a seat. Project for recording purposes. And when you're ready, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stanley, are you employed, sir?
Yes.
How are you employed?
Employed with the Lansing Police Department,
What capacity?
Road Patrol Sergeant.
And is that a recent assignment?
Yes, it is.
And what was your previous assignment?
Crime scene investigator,
And how long were you a crime scene investigator?
approximately 4 years,
And when did that change occur?
September of last year.
So about 5 months ago. Is that fair? Are you saying September of 22?
Yes.
Okay, so 5-ish months ago. Yeah, okay. I want to now draw your attention to February 21st of 2021. On that date, were you were assigned as a CSI officer to the Lansing Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically on that date, did you have the occasion to process a particular item for the investigation that ultimately brings you here today?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that alone or with somebody else?
I was assisted with a CSI officer here.
Is it Sam?
Yes.
And what is the particular item that you and Officer Fearnow processed on February 1st, 2021?
It was a vehicle, it was a GMC Yukon.
So if you could briefly describe for Judge Flores, please, the steps that you take when processing a vehicle in any particular case.
After we get the search warrant, we'll make contact with the detective that's handling the case, see what kind of processing they want done. And then we will photograph the vehicle with any DNA or blood swabs, conduct a search of the vehicle. In this particular case, we sprayed the inside of the vehicle with Blue Star. It's a chemical that makes blood illuminate.
Okay. So as part of those steps, you detailed that you would take photographs of the item, particularly a vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And exterior and interior?
Yes.
All right, so I'm, the court's permission, you wanna look at these? Yeah. 4 through. Do you recall if you took the photographs or Officer Fearnow took the photographs?
I took photographs.
And what are you doing when you are when you photograph the exterior and interior of the vehicle?
And the exterior will take a photograph from all angles of the vehicle, working our way around it. And then on the interior, I'll start the driver compartment and then take a photo from all 4 doors and then photograph anything you may find along the way.
Okay. Prior to doing any sort of search, I think you said something that you will talk with the detectives to see what sort of information. Is that a briefing?
Yes, essentially.
And what is the purpose of the briefing?
Just so I may not be aware of all the facts of the case. Give me an idea of what type of crime I'm investigating.
Offers you context?
Yes.
And does that help guide your search?
Yes.
Before we get into the photographs, anything that you recall about the vehicle, sort of generally during the search? Anything jump to your attention?
The car smelled like cleaning products. I noticed there was a piece of carpet cut out of the back of the floor on the passenger.
In your estimation, how many, as a CSI officer, I think you said for approximately 4 years, maybe more, how many vehicles have you processed in your career?
No.
Is that because too many to count?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay. How would you describe the condition, aside from the two things you pointed out, smell, the odor, and the carpet? How would you describe the overall condition of this vehicle?
Good condition.
Clean?
Yes.
More so than other vehicles that you processed?
Than most. Yeah.
While they're finishing up. Okay, approach this witness.
You may, for the record, the defense had the opportunity to review that with their client.
I'm going to have you flip through what has been marked as People's Exhibits 4 through 73. You can go ahead and review those briefly, and then we'll circle back to those in a minute, okay? Having the opportunity to review People's 4 through 73. Is that right? Yes. Do you recognize each one of those?
Yes.
All right. And are all of those individual photographs?
Yes.
And they would have been the photographs that you took as part of processing this particular vehicle?
Yes.
People move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 4 through 73.
Any objection to the admission of exhibits 4 through 73?
No objection for freezing, Your Honor.
Okay, for preliminary purposes, the exhibits are admitted 4 through 73.
Thank you. Aaron. All right, so let's do this efficiently. People's 4, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the GMC Yukon process.
People's 5.
The passenger side of the same vehicle.
People's 6.
Picture of the back, the same vehicle.
Okay, and what is license plate, for the record, what is the license plate official number?
EHT 9329.
People 7, what are we looking at here?
Picture directly behind the vehicle,
People's 8,
the driver's side of the vehicle.
what are we looking at in people's 9?
It's the VIN tag on the drive door.
And let's see. What is the last 5 of the VIN for this particular vehicle?
31167.
And well, I think everybody in the room understands what is a VIN.
The vehicle identification.
So people's 10, what are we looking at here?
It's the VIN tag on the dash.
This is the engraved
Yes.
one that's sort of tucked in the windshield.
Yes.
And what is the last 5?
31167.
Oh, people's 11. What are we looking at here in people's 11?
It's a sticker on the inside door jam, detailer, spotless detail.
Is that detailer located in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And that's noted actually on the sticker.
Yes.
And I can't remember if you said, you may have, where is this located within the vehicle?
The driver door jam area.
So not far from the VIN sticker?
Correct.
Which is in people's 9. All right, what are we looking at here in people's 12?
That's shot inside the passenger compartment from the front passenger door.
People's 13.
Picture inside the center console compartment.
And what are you trying to capture and or depict in this photograph?
That's just to show what it looked like when I opened the lid.
Contents,
Yes.
items inside.
Yes.
People's 14.
That is a picture of a consumer energy bill that was located after searching that same compartment.
Okay. And why did you photograph and document a consumer's energy bill?
It has the accused name on it.
Okay. Would this be, if I were to use the phrase article of identification, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Is that what you were photographing here in People's 14?
Yes.
Okay, what is the name on the consumer's energy bill?
Willie James.
Okay, and what is the address associated?
So 933 Rio Road, Lansing.
People's 15, is that a close-up of the same consumer's energy bill?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in People's 16?
That was a Valvoline receipt.
Okay. Is this another item characterized as an article of identification?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see customer info on this receipt?
Yes, it did.
And what's the name associated with the customer?
Willie James.
Is there any identifying information regarding the vehicle on the Valvoline receipt depicted in People's 16?
Yes, sir.
And what is the information regarding the vehicle?
It's a 2011 GMC Yukon. And it has the VIN listed.
The same last 5 that we've already covered
Yes.
of 31167?
Correct.
And where was this located within the vehicle?
That was in the glove box.
People 17. What is depicted in people 17?
It's the shot into the driver door pocket.
And that's this area that I'm circling here.
Yes.
So can you tell what's contained within the driver door pocket?
The water bottle, drinking cup, and then a bottle of turned out to be gun oil.
Is that the last item depicted in people's 18?
Yes.
What is gun oil?
Oil for guns.
By
to lubricate firearm.
okay. People's 19. What are we looking at here?
That's shot inside the passenger compartment from the rear passenger door.
And so this portion that I'm this would be the far left portion of the photograph. What is this, or what part of the vehicle is this aspect?
It's the back on the passenger side.
And then this part right here,
That'd be the front seat, front passenger seat.
would this be the B pillar? What is known as the B pillar?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, are you documenting sort of the dead center of this photograph, People's 19?
Carpet seats.
People's 20.
Another shot of that. Right
Now, describe specifically what is depicted, like what is this item here, so dead center of People's 20?
now. It's a floor mat.
Okay. Was that removed?
Eventually.
Okay, as part of your search?
Yes.
People's 21, what are you capturing here?
The red stain on the carpet.
Point out for me.
It's right here.
All right, so we're sort of the left third of the photograph.
Yes.
I'd say almost directly above what, are those seat bolts?
Yes.
People's 22, what part of the vehicle are we looking at here?
It's interior of the front passenger door.
People's 23.
It's a closer shot. Trying to focus on the window frame.
Okay. Why are you trying to focus on the window frame?
I noticed a kind of defect in the rubber molding there.
Okay, do you see it in this photograph? I know I've gotten sort of. People's 24.
Closer shot of that defect.
And where is it in the photograph? So we're sort of right in the middle, top third, is that fair?
Yes.
What is depicted in People's 25?
I was pulling back the rubber to look behind it.
Okay. What, if anything, did you see?
I just noticed some damage to the metal.
Is that depicted in both 25 and 26?
Yes.
Right. Additionally in 27?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you conclude as a CSI officer regarding this particular defect that we see noted in 24 through 27?
Appeared to be caused by some sort of impact.
People's 28.
That is from the driver door, focusing on the inside lid of the center console.
Okay. And what is this orange sort of triangular pentagon shaped item?
It's that marker.
Okay. It has a letter, is it letter R?
Correct.
What are you marking?
That's suspected blood.
And I guess I should have asked a bit too quickly. That is something either you or Officer Funau placed on the vehicle?
Yes.
That wasn't there before the search?
Correct.
Is that People's 29? Is that a close-up of what we just saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes, it is.
People's 30. What are we looking at here?
That is another marker. Identifying a swab location. Just underneath the front passenger seat.
Okay.
In the back.
So when you say from the back, sort of from the back bench passenger area underneath the front seat passenger.
Correct.
Where somebody would sort of rest their feet if they're sitting in the back bench.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Roughly, yes.
And that is marker letter S.
Correct.
People's 31, a different angle of this same thing.
Yes.
And the marker sort of comes to a point. Is it intended to point at the location of the stain or the item that you're documenting?
Yes.
All right, so am I to understand sort of right here in the center of the photograph that stain is what S is pointing to?
Yes.
People's 32, what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's the rear passenger floorboard with two more markers marking different locations.
Okay, and are they in close proximity to the sort of removed carpet that you referenced?
Yes.
Anything about that area of removed carpet that caught your attention?
I looked fresh, the cuts were clean, there was no grain, on any of the carpet or anything.
Okay. And I'm still on People's 32. What are the marker letters?
O and P,
People's 33. Are those close-ups of the previous markers we just referenced?
yes, so that's addition one as well.
And that additional one is on the far right-hand side.
Right. Or kind of center, Q.
Oh, I'm sorry. And People's 34, what are we looking at here?
That close up of markers O and P.
All right. Specifically, oh, what are you trying to note or document here?
Mainly the bolts head.
That stain, is that, in your opinion, did you think or suspect that was blood?
Suspect. Yes.
What portion of the vehicle are you documenting here in People's 30, 35? Yes.
That's the interior door panel of the front passenger door.
Okay.
The bottom corner of it.
And is there a, I guess, evidence marker here?
Yes, there is.
That letter or letters KK?
Correct.
People's 36, what are you looking at? Or what is being noted here?
That is a picture from the front passenger door to the interior of the vehicle after the front passenger seat was removed.
Who removed the front passenger seat? Was that yourself, Officer Purnell, or somebody else?
I
Okay, why is it removing seats from a vehicle? Is that something that you always do when you process a vehicle?
No.
Why were those steps taken in this particular case?
I suspected there was possible blood underneath the seat.
Okay. People's 37, what is depicted here?
Same area with marker, evidence markers placed.
Okay. People's 38.
That's the front passenger seat that was removed from the vehicle.
39.
Picture of the back of that seat.
So this would be the portion of the seat that faces anybody seated in the rear bench passenger area of the vehicle.
Correct.
People's 40.
Picture the underneath portion of the seat.
And you're referring to the front passenger seat that was removed from the vehicle.
Yes.
People's 41.
Close up of marker Y that's on the front passenger seat removed from the vehicle.
What part of that, if you, I don't know if there's a name for it or not, are you able to sort of describe where on the seat that is located?
Under the front edge of the seat, there was a bar that ran horizontally. It's not that.
People's 42.
That's a picture of the side of the front passenger seat that was removed after removing the seat belt trim cover.
And that trim cover, is that the item that is sort of laying on the ground next to the seat?
Yes.
Now I see in this photograph, People's 42, that the upholstery, I guess for lack of a better phrase, is in sort of damaged or disrepair. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes.
Was that the condition of the upholstery when you and Officer Kiernan began to search the vehicle?
No.
Okay. How did it come to be in this state?
I cut the upholstery on the seat.
Okay. People's 43.
It's a picture of the front passenger seat that was removed after I cut the upholstery.
Okay. So in People's 42, I guess a part of the upholstery that I was referencing or that you can see is the seat bottom. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. In People's 43, is there an additional part of the upholstery that has been cut?
The seat back.
All right. And that would be this whiter portion, almost dead center of the photograph.
Yes.
What I would describe sort of the lumbar region of somebody's back?
Correct.
All right. Why is it that you elected or you decided to cut the upholstery of this specific seat on this, from this specific vehicle?
Due to the amount of suspected blood that I located underneath the seat, I suspected that some may have soaked into the seat.
Okay. And sticking with People's 43, what if anything do you see on that lumbar region of the seat back after the upholstery has been cut and or removed?
Suspected blood stains in that portion.
And that would be the sort of right-hand portion of that white area.
Yes.
People's 44.
Closer picture of that seat back.
And did you completely remove the upholstery or did you cut it and just fold it up?
I just folded it up.
And that's sort of what's depicted here in the top portion.
Yes.
People's 45, what are we looking at here?
That's some staining that was on the fabric flap that was folded up.
Right, so would this be on the side that somebody sits on or the underneath aspect of the fabric?
The underneath aspect.
People's 46, what are we looking at here?
Another close up of the suspected stains.
And this is from the seat back?
Yeah.
The lumbar region? 47, another close up of the same?
Correct.
Is that the same with 48?
Correct.
What are we looking at here in 49?
That's the upper portion of that same seat back. Another stain was located.
All right, so previously, we've been talking about the lumbar region, for example, in People's 44. In People's 49, is this the upper back of the seat back?
Yes.
All right. And you ultimately decided to cut and at least peel off or peel down the upholstery?
Correct.
And it revealed a suspected blood stain in the middle?
Yes.
And that's what's depicted, again, sort of in the dead center of the photograph?
Yes.
People's 50, is that a close-up of that same stain?
Yes.
People's 51, what are we looking at here?
That's the cushion portion of the front passenger seat after the fabric was.
All right, so this is fabric from the seat bottom?
Yes.
Would this be on the part that somebody sits on or the underside?
Underside of that fabric.
People's 52.
Same stain, just a different angle. Closer.
Okay. Same with 53.
Yes.
People's 54. What are we looking at here?
That's the seat belt trim cover that was removed from the front passenger seat.
Okay. Who removed that?
I.
And now, is there a evidence marker on that seat belt trim cover?
Yes, sir.
And is that letter X?
Yes.
Now, the side of the cover that is facing us, would that face into the seat or out of the seat?
Into the seat.
So it sort of folds up like this, or it would reattach this way?
Yes.
People's 55.
Close up of that.
Close up of the previous exhibit.
Yes.
People's 56.
Back to the front passenger seat with evidence markers marking things.
The various stains we walked through in previous exhibits.
Yes.
People's 57, same.
Same.
And 58, is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes.
59, close-up of, actually, let me go back to 50, a close-up of marker U.
Correct.
59, close-up of marker W.
Correct.
60, is that a close-up of marker V as in Victor?
Yes.
All right, so what? People's 61, can you describe what we're looking at here?
That is a picture from the front passenger door of the vehicle, photographing interior after spraying booster.
Okay, so I know a moment ago you reference Blue Star. What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical that reacts with blood to make it illuminate fluid.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to People's 37. We discussed this photograph already. You described this as a photograph taken from the open front passenger door. Is that correct?
Correct.
Looking into the vehicle, so the driver's seat and steering wheel are in the background.
Yes.
And that would make the front passenger seat the foreground. Is that correct? Or the front passenger seat area?
Correct.
But the seat in this photograph has been removed, as you testified just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
People's 37 and People's 61, can you sort of associate or correlate those two photographs?
Yes.
How?
Just by the door jam. I took the photo. I know that this is the area that's glowing blue is where the passenger seat used to be. Where I
Okay.
removed it.
So 61, the photograph itself is dark.
Yes.
Why is it dark?
So you can see the illumination.
All right, so Blue Star is applied, and then is there some sort of technique to make it illuminate?
It illuminates when it reacts with blood. And then when you take a photograph, you have to have the lights turn down and long exposure time on the camera.
Okay. And so if we were to sort of contrast, People's 37 is sort of lights on, Blue Star is applied, People's 61, lights are off, Blue Star appears. Is that fair?
Yes.
People 62,
It's the same.
a similar photograph with the Blue Star
Yes.
in the middle.
Yes.
People 63. I'm sorry, I'm trying to not move it with the sheet protector.
It's the same area with Blue Star applied, but now also with the evidence markers.
Okay. And on the sort of right side, we can see where the door jammed to the front passenger by way of orientation. Is that fair?
Yes.
64, a similar picture of the Blue Star with the markers.
Yes.
$65.
It's towards the more towards the back seat there. There's a cutout curve that's center console bit here.
Okay, so 65 is taken from within the front passenger door well,
Yes.
and then sort of shot back towards the back passenger bench.
Kind of. Yes.
Okay, and then you pointed out, but I want to just try to verbally describe. Bottom third, this lighter colored area has that lighter colored area is the under carpet,
Yeah, the area where the carpet was removed.
and then sort of right in the center of the photograph where there's that sort of neon orange line is the Blue Star that shows up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know what that orange line is? 66.
Same area, but now with evidence markers.
67.
Close up area.
And all of these bright blue, these blue glowing areas, that is all where the Blue Stars reacted with suspected blood.
Correct.
Same here in 68.
Yes.
People 69, what are we looking at here?
That's a picture of the front passenger seat after it was removed and sprayed with Blue Star.
Okay. And the Blue Star reacted and is captured in people 69?
Yes.
Similar in, excuse me, similar in people 70?
Yes, it's the back of the seat.
people 71,
Yes, it's the passenger side of the seat.
right side.
Yes,
And there's Blue Star activation along sort of the bottom seat bottom.
correct.
People 72.
That would be a picture of the passenger seat on the left side.
All right, and does that correspond to sort of visually People's 42 where the seat belt trim cover was removed?
Yes,
So like I did before, People's 42 is the seat lights, Blue Star applied lights on. People 72 is the same positioning of the seat, but lights off with Blue Star activated.
correct.
And then people 73, what are we looking at here?
That's the interior side of the front passenger door.
Okay, and what if anything noteworthy?
Blue Star illumination towards the bottom right corner.
So referring you back, excuse me, back to People's 35, which you described as the bottom corner of the front passenger door with marker KK. People 73, sort of the same aspect of the door with the lights off and Blue Star activated.
Correct.
And the Blue Star in the bottom corner is sort of in close proximity to the marker that you visually, or that you personally applied for the stain it's pointing to with marker KK.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Moment, Your Honor. I don't know that we necessarily discussed it. I know you discussed Blue Star. What is hemostick?
Mystic's preliminary blood test that reacts with hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay. Why do you use it?
It's more of a preliminary thing to see if the stain that I'm looking at may possibly be blood.
Okay. So is it sort of like the CSI equivalent of a preliminary controlled substance testing to get an idea of whether or not that stain may or may not be actual blood?
Not like that.
Okay. Did you use a hemostick or hemosticks? I don't know if there are plural. Maybe that's hemosty. In this, when you processed the vehicle?
Yes,
And what results?
they were tested or indicated positive.
All right. And so that indicates just the presence of blood.
Yes,
So earlier, when you're sort of visually looking at and marking these things, you suspect them to be blood. The hemostick is giving you sort of at that moment a pretty good indication that it is in fact blood.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate they are, but yes, it gives indication.
More so than your visual observation.
Yes.
All right. And then did you collect blood swabs from throughout the vehicle as you processed it?
Yes.
And how is it that you collect blood swabs?
I would take a sterile cotton swab, moisten it with distilled water, and then swab the area, wearing rubber gloves, and changing gloves between swabs.
When it came to the defect in the door on the front passenger, you said it looked like some sort of impact. Do you have an opinion as to what may have caused that impact?
From training experience, it looks like a bullet impact.
Okay, and I guess if you could explain to the judge what from your training, experience, and observations, when you processed it, sort of leads you to that potential conclusion.
Where the metal was damaged behind the rubber, there was kind of a star effect and cracks in the paint, consistent with numerous other bullet defects I've observed.
All right, Officer Stanley, I'm now going to move you to a different date. Specifically, I'm going to move you to the date of March 3rd, 2021, okay? You are still assigned and working as a CSI officer for the Lansing Police Department?
Yes.
All right, and in that time, did you did you have the opportunity to process additional items of evidence as it relates to this investigation?
Yes.
All right, and if you could sort of verbally, and we'll go through it a little bit here, what were the items that you were called upon to process as a CSI officer on March 3rd, 2021?
I was a trash bag that contained, I believe, 3 cell phones, some rubber gloves, a half of I believe it was a $20 bill.
And did you follow, earlier you described sort of your process when processing a vehicle, starting with photographs and then taking some steps thereafter based on what you see. Did you follow that same practice on March 3rd, 2021 with respect to these items?
For the most part, yeah.
I'm gonna, if I may reapproach the witness, I'm gonna show you People's Proposed Exhibit 74U. 83. Go ahead and look through those. I'm just stopping where I put the legal pad. Having reviewed people 74 through 83, do you recognize those specific items?
Yes,
And are they all each individual photographs?
yes,
You recognize those photographs because you took them?
correct.
All right. People move for admission of people's proposed exhibit 74 through 83.
Any objection to people's proposed exhibits 74 through 83?
Not for prelim, Your Honor.
All right, with that understanding, the people's proposed exhibits are admitted in evidence.
Thank you. And if you could, sort of contextually, how did you come to be called upon to process these particular items? Do you remember?
I was contacted by Detective Osborne on the telephone. She was the road patrol and dispatched a call, located these items, and she believed they were involved in this.
Let's walk through them like we did. People's 74, what are we looking at here?
That's the trash bag that contained the item.
So it's a white and colored plastic, is it made of plastic
Yes,
bag? And sort of ripped open?
correct.
People's 75, what are we looking at here?
It's the front of half of a $20 bill is located inside the bag.
And what, if anything, of note is sort of catches your attention on the half $20 bill?
Suspected blood stains on it.
Would that be the red in color stains, the top left and top right?
Yes,
People 76,
it's the back of that same half of $20 bill.
same or similar staining?
Correct.
People 77, what are we looking at here?
That was one of the phones located inside the bag.
And what, if anything, is noteworthy about the phone?
Suspected blood on the face of it.
And that would be the red staining that you can see sort of contrasting off of the white and color phone.
Correct.
People 78,
It's a picture of the back of that same phone.
people 79.
It's one of the other phones that were located in the bag.
And did you observe, visually observe similar staining on this?
Correct.
80,
Back of that phone.
and again, similar staining.
Yes.
Does it appear sort of more prominent near the bottom, at least in the photograph, near the bottom of the photograph, or sorry, the phone?
Yes.
There appears to be like a barcode.
Yes.
You can see the red contrast off the white.
Correct.
People's 81.
Picture of the front of the third phone.
Okay. And what, if anything, is noteworthy about that?
The same staining.
People's 82.
Picture of the back of that phone.
Okay. And is there a similar red staining on the back of this phone?
Yes.
And people's 83.
These are a pair of rubber gloves that were found inside the bag.
And does there appear to be similar red staining?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to collect blood swabs from those items that we just walked through? The half $20 bill, 3 stones, and pair of rubber gloves?
Yes.
And following the same steps that sort of detailed with the blood swabs you collected from the vehicle?
Correct.
And each of those individual swabs are then saved as an individual item of evidence for this particular investigation.
Yeah.
In addition to blood swabs, did you take any other steps to collect latent evidence from any of these items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is latent evidence, even though I'm pretty sure the judge knows what it is?
Evidence you can't see with the naked eye that has to be enhanced, so like fingerprints.
Um, Since you referenced fingerprints, did you take any steps to recover fingerprints from these particular items?
Yes.
How is it that you did that?
Cyanoacrylate fuming fingerprint powder.
Okay, so I know I'm gonna be asked later, how do you know how to spell whatever the word you said?
CYANOACRYLATE, I believe.
Okay, and then the next word was fuming.
Fuming.
Okay, so what is that?
We have what's called a fuming chamber. To place the items inside the fuming chamber, has a humidifier in there. Rehumidify the environment inside. Once it gets to a specific humidity, it will turn on a burner that fumigates essentially super glue, and then that will stick to any wet surface, so like oils left behind by fingerprints.
Okay.
Create like a shell over.
Okay, and then are there steps to recover, if fingerprints are left behind, are there steps to recover that shell that you sort of documented a second ago?
It helps with lifting the print. You
Okay.
Dust it with fingerprint powder, and then it kind of protects it, so you need to take multiple lifts. So,
Okay, so you fume it, then you apply powder,
correct.
and then you lift from there.
Yes, sorry.
And did you do that relative to these items?
Yeah.
All of them, or?
They were all processed. I believe only one had a latent lift taken from it.
Okay. And that latent lift then becomes a separate piece of evidence that is logged and saved for this particular investigation.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no additional questions for us.
Cross-examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Good afternoon. Does anything else react with the blue star, such as, say, other chemicals like bleach or ammonia or anything like that?
Yes, they do react, but
Okay. When you say differently, what do you mean? Like they don't glow blue, they glow something else?
they'll glow blue, but it dissipates relatively quickly.
You have no idea how long those suspect blood stains or blood droplets, I don't know what you want to call them, would have been in that areas of the vehicle you searched, do you?
I did not.
And you don't have any technique to determine age of like blood splatter residue, I'll call it.
I
Does anything else react with the, I think you called it a hemostic?
Hemosticks, yeah.
Has something else react to that that could give false positives?
That I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you have any specialized training as a ballistics expert?
I've been through a basic shooting reconstruction course.
So a couple hour class?
It was a week-long class.
Because I've taken several forensics classes, but wouldn't call myself a forensic scientist.
Oh, no, I don't consider myself an expert.
Okay, thank you. So you have absolutely no idea what caused the impact in the, was it the door frame or underneath the window seal in the passenger side compartment? You speculate that it could have been a bullet impact, but it could have been anything, correct?
Correct.
Could have been there for a long time, in fact.
Yeah.
It's a 2011 vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any kind of bullet fragments in the car, is that correct?
I didn't.
No bullet pieces or bullet itself, correct?
Correct.
No firearms, correct?
Correct.
No blue star sprayed in that area that showed blood residue in that specific area where that impact, I'm going to call it, not a bullet impact, but an actual impact was found.
Correct.
So I guess I go back to my original question. You were speculating earlier when you said it looked like a bullet impact. You have no idea what that was.
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, there is no verified, accepted, peer-reviewed scientific study or expertise that could tell what such a obscure impact in a window seal is.
Not that I'm aware.
Any such thing would be basically junk science.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not.
And you have no idea, other than what you located, how much blood in total would have been there if there had been more or less. Well, wouldn't be less, but more, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit of blood, such as what you found, goes a long way. Is that true? The amounts of blood you found could have been quantities found from, say, a fist fight in a vehicle. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
That bag that you showed in one of the people's exhibits that looked to be ripped open in the photograph. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you rip that bag open?
Don't believe so, no.
When it came to you, was it ripped open?
Oh.
There was a little bit of a focus really early on in your testimony about finding a letter, and then I believe there was a receipt from the oil change place. Is that correct?
The bill and the receipt, yes.
Okay. Did you find anything a little more specific about the Yukon, such as the title, registration, proof of insurance, anything like that when you were searching it?
I don't believe so, but I don't.
You don't know who the vehicle belonged to. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Hey, this witness be excused from the people.
Without objection.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Right. Witness, you're excused. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thanks.
Assuming I'm going to continue, the people will call Detective Martha McGonigal.
Yeah, I'll wait to hear from you if you guys want to break or.
I'm fine. I'm sweating, but I'm fine.
All right. Why don't we take a 15 minute break for just so we'll reconvene in 10-15 minutes.
Okay, I will turn the fan on when we're not on the record. We're gonna turn it back on.
As soon as we go back on
What if
record, 'cause
I
I speak really loud.
Make sure that one, Martha, can you make sure that fan?
Yeah, I get it.
That it's on? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is the one that actually works the best, but I can't hear crap if this is that. But if you promise to yell.
I will shout.
So did you understand what I was trying to tell you?
Okay.
Must be
Amazing.
nice to them.
Well, otherwise, whatever the infection. It's not
Oh.
powerful. Definitely don't do that if you don't ensure it.
Particularly what the other one says. When she gets the third one from one side, go upstairs, take the first two. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Tasha filled out the consent form with them to the third phone that's still on this person. In the interview. The first two phones, I go upstairs to get from Walmart and read in the consent form. I don't know what happens with those phones once I get them from Walmart. There's no documentation of them.
What do you mean after?
Tasha tags them in May.
It's because they went, I think it's right here.
Okay. I can't tell you whether I put them in a cabinet or handed them to Nancy or
Yeah.
anything.
So this is the MFP.
Right.
To Miles.
Right. But I don't know when I took them where I put them because they weren't tagged in still. They're in here. I can already see them.
You think?
Yes, they're flatting. They were talking about it. As soon as Waldrop said he doesn't know where specifically to put them, he probably gave them to Nancy. They were.
Well, his response is to you.
Right, and he did. I don't know what I did with them when I got them. I know they ended up in Tasha and Nancy's. Which one of them, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Completed.
Yeah. It's all right. So you say that, that doesn't. It's not like we can't add data to it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know that makes you sort of sweat up there,
Mhm.
but overall, that doesn't.
Back picture.
About that either. That was-
Too late all day.
No.
Right, doesn't even do it.
Who's telling you?
That was not gonna be good. I probably went all the way around.
I was paying
Sorry about
attention.
that. Glad somebody was. Oh,
1 o'clock. Longest period of having. Something a little more sustenance. I have a kind card. Then my belly's gonna be brown. Not so brown. This is been there since the last time I was at court and had to do it. So it's probably scrumbly and messy. So, just. And I only did for 2 months. Let go and then try really hard to avoid that. And from now on, the document much better. There is. Absolutely. You have, yeah, you do. She's terrible.
Just the part that we do, see that they created it. Down the 15-page report that has like the license call, like that license.
The violations is all.
Right, and so.
That's a. You found seven.
No, I understand. Yeah, and I think I. In my mind, it seemed that. Last.
All right, the rest is testimony law enforcement
Yes.
yelling,
Hey,
including you, Mr. Stevens.
am I not loud enough?
No, you're really not. You're better than Mr. Wishman, but you're really not that loud. I have to isolate you. Which I know is surprising to everybody in the room, but you're really shocked at this.
I was struggling to hear
You
that
know,
last
stop
guy.
both.
That the last officer is very.
I'm sure you can probably leave your coat out.
I was like,
Andrew.
my ears started to hurt. I'm trying to strain to hear that guy talking to me. Yeah.
Welcome there, my son. Sure.
Yes.
title will be up there. All my people.
And only the two.
Conveniently missed out that. Yes. I pointed it out.
7337.
Keep the fan on. If I take care, I'll have to ask you to turn it on. But I don't want, the attorneys passing it. Or the detective.
I was thinking to myself, man, I could use some cold coffee. I don't drink cold coffee.
Two 166. Mr. Stevens, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I call Detective Martha McGonigal, who's to my left.
All right, detective, you can come in front of me, spell your first name and your last name for the record.
Martha McGonigal, MarthaMeganegal.
All right, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury.
I will.
All right, thank you. And have a seat and please project for recording purposes. When you're ready.
Thank you. Detective, are you employed?
I am.
Are you employed?
The City of Lansing Police Department,
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
20 years.
Your current assignment,
I'm assigned to the Violent Crime Unit within the Detective Bureau,
how long have you been so assigned?
4 years.
Are you currently assigned to and or assisting, however, whatever word is most appropriate in the case of Andrew Watson II?
I am.
And you work with and along with Detective Osborne, who's to my right
I did.
on this particular investigation.
Yes, sir.
And over the course of the investigation, both yourself and Detective Osborne have, is it fair to say, done a number of various things as part of this investigation?
We have.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you about just a couple of them, okay? One of the things I want to ask you about as it relates to Mr. Watson II is something, well, if I were to use the phrase, name us alert, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
All right. And name us is that spelled NAM capital U capital S?
Yes.
All right, what is a name us alert?
So NamUs is a national database that is regulated through the Department of Justice, wherein law enforcement as well as medical personnel are able to create a searchable database nationwide where any person that is missing is profiled within that database.
And did you take particular steps regarding Mr. Watson II and a NamUs alert or a NamUs account?
I did.
Okay, what were the steps in order to create such an alert from Mr. Watson?
I had to get an administrative password in order to be able to add Mr. Watson's profile to the NamUs, in which I contacted whomever their person that coordinates that was. I don't recall specifically who that was. But once I had an account where I could add a person to it, I created that account for Mr. Watson. I obtained fingerprints from LPD jail, as well as dental records that were his last known dental records from 2007 Evergreen Dental Facility.
Okay, and then what, with those two sort of data points, the fingerprints and the dental records, what do you do with them then?
They're uploaded into NamUs as something that's viewable for other people who have editable accounts, not for the general public. But say, for example, if someone in California located a body and believed it to be Mr. Watson, they would be able to access that information.
Okay. And same with fingerprints.
Correct.
And you were responsible for creating this alert and uploading that information for Mr. Watson II.
Yes, I did.
And as of today, January 10, 2023, have you received any results regarding the NamUs alert for Mr. Watson II?
No, I have not.
Did the alerts come to you?
It would come to me as well as Detective Osborne.
Okay. So you would be notified if anything were to arise from that NamUs alert?
Yes.
Next thing I want to discuss with you, I know you were certainly present for the testimony of Mr. Perfect. Do you remember meeting Mr. Perfect as part of this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day you met with him?
It was on February 19th of 2021
Okay. And you recall where?
at his place of employment, which is LaFontaine Buick on South Pennsylvania Avenue.
And at that point in the investigation, had you and Detective Osborne already received quite a bit of evidence that you compiled by the time you met with Mr. Perfect?
Yes.
And including statements from an individual name identified as Willie James.
Yes.
Let me, I guess, back up for a moment. As part of the investigation, did you have the occasion to personally meet with a person name identified as Willie James?
Yes.
You see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you please point him out and describe an article of clothing, please.
Sure. He's got a black and white beard wearing a blue jumpsuit. No hair on his head.
I want the record to reflect that Detective McGonigal has identified the defendant in this matter.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Without objection, the witnesses identified the defendant.
And so by the time you met with Mr. Perfect, you had quite a bit of information regarding Mr. James and the suspected disappearance and or death of Mr. Watson II. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been verbally identified as people's.
Exhibit 93.
Yeah, received exhibit 90. I just want to make sure I move for admission. People's 93, which I'm showing you on this laptop. Do you recognize People's 93?
I do.
Okay, and is this the photograph that you showed Mr. Perfect during the interview?
It is.
Right, and how is it that you obtained this photograph?
From going to the facebook.com account of Mr. James, his viewable profile to the public, that photograph was listed there.
And you were able to ascertain that this was, that the specific viewable account is associated with Mr. James through the investigation you had already completed thus far.
Correct.
All right. And you showed this picture to Mr. Perfect by way of, to further identify who Mr. Perfect was referring to during information you provided in the interview.
Correct.
Other thing I want to touch on. I know you were present for the testimony of Officer Waldrop, specifically some cellular phones that were seized from Mr. James. You were present for that?
Yes.
And did you receive cell phones from Officer Waldrop that became relevant to this investigation?
I did.
All right. Do you recall the specific make or model? I guess it's.
I know that one was an Android type phone and one was an iPhone.
Okay. And as an assisting detective on this, did you take steps to have the contents of those two specific phones searched?
I did.
Okay. Is that by way of a search warrant?
It was in, yes, eventually. Yes.
Okay. And was that search warrant to have those two phones completed and approved?
Yes, it was.
All right, once that search warrant was approved, what steps did you take to have the contents of those two phones taken from Mr. James searched or extracted?
So a little background, the phones were initially extracted and we were given a partial extraction report in reference to the information that the Department of Correction wanted for their independent investigation.
Okay,
The point at which it was determined that we didn't have a complete forensic extraction, I contacted the Michigan State Police Computer Crimes Unit to obtain a full extraction report once I obtained said search warrant.
okay,
So then I just contacted the State Police Criminal Computer Unit in order to get the same analyst to bring me an entire copy versus just what the Department of Corrections wanted.
okay. So you took so the time you completed your search warrant, those phones had already been at least partially searched by MDOC.
Correct.
You not relying on that, you then created or you generated and requested a search warrant for a full extraction of those the same two phones.
I did.
And that was approved by a magistrate or a judge.
It was.
And then from that, the phones are sent to MSP as you described.
The phones weren't, they just gave me a complete copy of
Got
that
it.
said report.
Okay, understood. So they had already completed a full extraction. Now with the search warrant, they're able to release it to you.
Correct.
Understood. And they released it to you in what form?
It came as a USB drive.
Okay. And then was that saved as a particular evidence item number in this case? Do
Yes,
you know?
it was.
Do you remember the number off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I believe it to be later than 115, but I don't recall the specific number.
Okay.
I believe it's 116, actually.
Okay. And and the extraction, I'm sorry, the flash drive, did it contain extractions for both of the phones or just one?
Both phones.
And did you have the opportunity then to review the extractions for both phones?
Yes, I did.
As to the Android device, do you know how that was denoted in the flash drive?
So I believe I misspoke a second ago in that the item number 1 was a full and complete extraction when it came back from the MDOC forensic download. Item number 2 was only partial.
Okay.
The search warrant was written specifically for item number 2 being the iPhone.
Okay.
The data that came back initially from the MDOC extraction was complete for the Android type phone.
Okay.
I just want to make
Understood.
sure that's clear because
Okay.
I was slightly confused.
All right, so then I think you've sort of, in a way, answered the question I asked on your correction. So it came back, the Android is listed as item or number 1.
Correct.
iPhone is number 2.
Correct.
So in the flash drive, are there separate folders noting that?
There are.
All right, and then you had the opportunity to sort of go through both of those.
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this point, I will, I guess by way of transparency, be open to what my next proposed course of action. I have a couple of documents that have come from the extraction. Now, I have not admitted the full extraction. I certainly can if Mr. Austin and Mr. Cornish want me to. I think the foundation has already been established as to that. If they don't want me to, I will just then move on to those 2 items and mark those 2. So I guess I'm sort of, before I put the cart before the horse, I'm via you, Judge, sort of offering to the defense how they would like me to proceed with those 2 items.
Mr. Austin, do you have a preference as to?
I guess I'll, here, that's what I'm referring to.
I guess that it's really your preference as to for lack of a better term, the full document and then the document that's being entered as opposed to just the document that's being entered. I'm assuming you've received all that evidence, so I'll leave it to
Brief
how you
second
want
to
to proceed.
confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
No,
Mr. Austin?
Your Honor, for purposes of the prelim, I have no objection to proceeding with just the partial abstractions that have been offered.
All right. All right, so you may proceed, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Austin and Cornish. Brief moment to Mark Boone. May I approach this witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibits 94 and 95. Just take a second and then look up to me when you're done. Reviewing those, do you recognize what's depicted in 94 and 95?
I do.
Okay, and just by way of record, 94 and 95 are just this single sheet, a single item on one page.
Correct.
All right, and how is it you recognize what's depicted in 94 and 95?
From looking at the forensic phone extraction, item number 2.
Okay, and are 94 and 95, what I'll say are excerpts or one piece of a larger portion of the forensic extract from item 2?
Correct.
All right. People move for admission of people's 94 and 95.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Without objection, exhibits 94 and 95 are admitted in evidence.
All right, I'm actually going to start with 95. If you could please describe what we are looking at here in people's 95 for the judge. Oops, sorry.
So if you look across the top of the actual photograph, it says the Michigan State Police CCU number. That's how the phone itself is identified. The little welcome tab shows that the entire report has been opened. In the extraction summary, I made reference to basically categories that are within the extraction summary that's opened. And then specifically the photograph itself is a device location in which there's a GPS metadata note for a particular date and time and location.
Okay, and so you've sort of taken us across the tabs that are on the top portion of the photograph, correct? So CCU is the iPhone.
Yes.
That was seized by Officer Waldrop and searched pursuant to the search warrant.
Yes.
And then the welcome is the entire report, the entire extraction.
Yes.
And then the extraction summary, I want to make sure I understand, there are different categories of information that you can select from.
Correct. In the welcome option, there are multiple drop-down screens.
Okay.
One of which is the extraction summary.
Okay.
And after the extraction summary, once you select the extraction summary, it gives you the option for the device location summary, which is also open.
Okay, so device location is just one subset of other. Give me an example of some other
informations that are listed in the extraction summary would be call logs. There's the device location as listed there. There's things like text messages, social media.
Okay.
That's a few.
Okay. And so then sort of working our way down the exhibit, what is in the middle to the largest portion of this photograph?
So the road at the top, just to orient the photograph, is Miller Road is the first street visible on what would be the north end of the
Okay,
photograph.
so the large portion of the map.
Correct.
Okay,
And the last street to the south visible is Georgetown Boulevard. And then the device that's actually plotted is on Georgetown to the north of the street in the apartment complex, which would then be as you pull in from Georgetown on the east side of the driveway.
all right, so using that and what was previously received as equals 91. These, the maps are sort of effectively the same.
They are. The street that looks as though it's the hook is the area that I'm referring to
Okay.
as the area on Georgetown to pull out the J.
Okay. And then you, a second ago, referenced a point that is plotted. Can you point that out for the judge, please?
It looks almost like a railroad symbol. That's in almost the center lower portion.
Sort of the hooked
Correct.
road, for the lack of a better phrase.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this just overall as your training and experience as a detective, you're familiar with this area
I am.
in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
Okay. And that area, is that consistent with the townhouse that has been the subject of this investigation?
It is. I don't know the exact address, but that puts it in the approximate 1900 block of Georgetown.
Okay. I want to talk about some other features of this photograph, particularly, is there some information at the bottom?
There is.
Okay. If you need it, instead of me holding it, that's fine. I just want to make sure Judge and or Mr. Austin Cornish can see it. So what is sort of noted at the bottom?
So the information noted along the bottom of note is the fact that there is a timestamp, an end time, and a position, and that's the actual GPS coordinates, where in this particular photograph, I took what is listed here as the position, knowing that that was the GPS coordinate, plugged that into Google, and it plotted that particular point. So
Okay.
those are very particular for that date and that time at that location.
And what do we have along the right side of the photograph?
It's basically another listing of exactly what is listed along the bottom. The timestamp, the end time, and the position being the GPS location.
What is the date and timestamp for this particular GPS location?
It says January 12th, 2021. It's listed in UTC,
Okay.
which is Universal something time.
Okay.
5 hours difference from Eastern Standard Time during the time in which we're in the time fall back
Okay.
phase. So it's 5 hours different than real time.
Okay. And then you have timestamps of 8:52 through 11. I mean, that's what's listed.
Correct.
Okay.
So actual time would be 5 hours after that.
Okay. It covers. I want to cover here. I want to move to equals 94. Similar.
Yes, it's again a map with the same tabs open across the top, listing a timestamp and a position being the GPS
Okay.
location.
And are you familiar with at least this area geographically within the city of Lansing?
I am.
Okay. And it also has the similar features with timestamp and location information for this particular, is it, it's right
Yes.
here, that GPS point.
It does.
Showing you people's proposed 96. Recognize what's in people's proposed 96?
I do.
And people's 96 is just a single photograph, really a map.
Yes, it's an aerial satellite view of the same thing that's depicted in 94.
Okay. And I think just from 94, you indicated you're familiar with that area geographically. Is that consistent with 96?
Yes, it is.
All right, people move for admission to People's 96.
Any objection?
Without objection.
Without objection, people's proposed exhibit 96 is admitted.
All right. And just walking through, what area are we looking at here in People's 96?
To the north, the last street that's visible is gonna be Holmes Road. The street that runs north-south is Cedar Street, and then Vernon Avenue is the last street that you see on the south end of that. To the, what would be to the east in the photograph are businesses, and on the west side of the road is a parking lot.
Okay. And as part of this investigation, any of the businesses in this area of particular relevance?
Sure, Spotless Detailing Shop is the building that's located near the center of the photograph, and the building with the very blue roof is attached to it.
And that is sort of the exact same area that's covered in the GPS
It is,
plot.
yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Afternoon.
Regarding the database you were talking about, that's called Name Us, is that correct?
Yes,
And you had stated that on this particular case dealing with Mr. Watson, you would receive notifications on that if there were any, is that correct?
yes.
Is that because you were the one that initially input the information into the database?
That's because I put my information as the contact information along with Detective Osborne and Lansing Police Department investigations as a whole. So once the two of us are gone, someone would still be alerted.
And exactly what has to happen before there is an alert, if you know?
I don't know the answer to that.
And regarding the phones that you were talking about, the phone abstractions, those were given to you as a result of a traffic stop, is that correct?
They were.
Okay. Were those given to you the same day or the next day, or do you know?
I don't recall the specific day they were given to me. I'm certain they were given to me at the same time that the interview was ongoing, because I remember the third phone that Mr. James had with him was given to Detective Osborne while I was out of the room dealing with the first two phones.
And was that given to you by Michigan State Police or LPD, or do you recall?
The phones specifically were given to me by Officer Walgrove.
Testified here earlier today.
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Perfett at his then place of employment at La Fontaine, is that
Yes.
correct? I believe you said that was on February the 19th of 21.
Correct.
And was that approximately a month or so after you had interaction with the person that you were trying to get him to identify?
So I know that Mr. James and I first had contact face to face with each other on January 29th as a result of that traffic stop. And then the date of February 19th is when Mr. Prophet and I spoke face to face.
Okay. And when you were meeting with him at La Fontaine, you showed him the same photograph that you looked at earlier. Is
I
that
did.
correct?
Yeah.
And was that a photograph that you had obtained?
I don't recall how specifically I showed it to him, other than I knew the origin of the photograph was from the open source information on Mr. James's Facebook profile.
Is that something you had obtained from his Facebook profile?
I don't know if I had screenshotted it prior to, or if I located it while I was standing there. That I'm unclear on.
And how are you showing that to him? Was it on a computer, a phone? Did you have a printed out copy of it?
No, it was just on my cell phone.
And And that was the only photograph that you had shown him regarding the person that he had interacted with. Is that correct?
Correct.
In other words, you didn't show him a series or a sequence of photographs and ask him if he was able to pick out the person he interacted with from one of several photos.
Correct. He told me that he would recognize the person he dealt with on the street, and he said he had had multiple contacts with him over the last 6 months.
And so that it's true, you just showed him the one photograph as opposed to multiple photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you give him any type of instructions when you were showing that photograph, or did you just say, is this the person or not?
I don't recall my particular verbiage, but I simply asked whether or not he recognized the person in the photograph that I showed him.
You have a moment, Your Honor. And when you were speaking with and meeting with Mr. Perfect, did you inquire as to if there was maybe any video of footage from LaFontaine of the person he interacted with?
I know someone did. I don't recall specifically if I was that person.
Did you ever obtain any such footage, assuming there was any?
Of the actual business itself, no. I know that there was other video that was obtained from LaFontaine.
Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Redirect, thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people,
Without objections.
from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Witness, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
People call Detective Kasha Osborne. You get the chair.
Detective Osborne, I'll have you come up here and spell your first and last name.
It's Kasha, last name is Osborn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat and project for recording purposes. When you're ready, Mr. Stevens.
Detective, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you employed?
City of Lansing Police Department,
In what capacity?
detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective since 2020.
And what is your, within being a detective, what is your current assignment?
I am what you call the hybrid. I investigate both violent, non-violent crimes.
I'm gonna draw your attention back to January of 2021. Are you assigned either as primary or as an assistant detective, to Detective McGonigal, regarding the case of Andrew Watson II?
Yes, sir, I am.
And that assignment. Sorry. That assignment occurred, you assigning or working that case began January of 2021.
Correct.
Specifically, starting with the day of January 19th, 2021, did you have the opportunity to interview a series of individuals regarding the whereabouts and or disappearance of Mr. Watson II?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you have an interview with Otelia Watson?
Yes, I did.
She testified earlier today.
Yes, sir.
That is the mother of Andrew Watson II.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an interview with an individual name identified as Christina Signs?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an interview with an individual name identified as Latara Husband?
Yes.
You also conducted an interview with an individual name identified as Alyssa Ryan,
Yes, I did.
who testified earlier today.
Yes.
Did you interview an individual name identified as Mackenzie Chambliss or Shambliss?
Yes.
All of those individuals were some of your initial steps. Is it fair to say that the interview with those individuals, your initial steps regarding trying to locate the whereabouts of Mr. Watson II?
Yes, sir.
What other initial steps did you take to try in the early part of January 2021 to locate Mr. Watson II?
I attempted to make contact with the hospitals in the local area as well as the jails in the surrounding area. He keeps Randy lean as well. And additionally, just trying to make contact with any individuals that may have spoken to him or had any interactions with him.
Okay. Did you take any steps regarding any cellular phones that may have been associated with Mr. Watson in the early part of January 2021?
Yes, sir. We did an exigent ping on 3 of the cell phones that were identified.
What is an exigent ping?
It is a ping. It's a way of tracking a cellular device under emergency circumstances.
Okay.
So that is done through our dispatch center. So if you can make that request, they contact a company that does that specific ping related to the cell phone carrier.
And how many numbers did you request in an exigent ping or an exigent request as it pertained to Mr. Watson II?
There were 3 cell phones identified as belonging to him.
That was through your initial interviews and an early investigation?
Yes.
Next, I want to turn to the dates of January 28th and 29th, 2021 as it relates to this investigation, okay? Specifically, on January 28th, 2001, did you have contact with an individual name identified as Willie James?
I did.
And how did that contact occur?
He called me.
Okay, why is it that he called you?
He was stopped by DCI and advised, and his cell phones were taken. He was informed that I wanted to speak with him in reference to an ongoing investigation. He wanted to get his cell phone back.
Okay. And did you indicate to him what the specific nature of what you said, the ongoing investigation was about?
Yes, I did.
So you informed Mr. James on January 28, 2021, you wanted to speak to him regarding Andrew Watson II?
Yes.
All right. Did you conduct an interview on the 28th of January 2021 with Mr. James?
I did not. We scheduled it for the next day.
Okay, so that would take us to the 29th.
Yes.
Did there come a point then where on January 29, 2021, you had a formal interview with an individual name identified as Willie James?
Yes.
And would you, based on your investigation, based on your contact with the person name identified as Willie James, would you recognize that person again?
I would.
You see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Would you please point him out, describe an article of clothing, please?
He's wearing a blue jumpsuit with a white shirt underneath it. He has a salt and pepper beard, bald head, black man.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Detective Osborne has identified the defendant in this manner.
Any objection?
Without objection.
That objection, the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. Can you tell us, please, where did this interview occur?
At LPD operations at 5815 Wise Road, located in the city of Lansing.
During your interview, I'm gonna go through different aspects of it. Did you learn from Mr. James how long Mr. James, had known Mr. Watson II?
Yes,
And what did he say?
he met him prior to him going to prison.
He said he met him prior to him who went to prison?
Willie James met Andrew Watson prior to Willie James going to prison.
Okay. And while I think there's probably already some record evidence of this, at the time you met with Mr. James, did you know that Mr. James was currently on parole?
I did.
All right. So he had at some point recently been released from prison.
Correct.
And so just by way of chronology, Mr. James told you he became acquainted with and knew Mr. Watson even before that time.
Yes.
Did Mr. James indicate if he knew Mr. Watson II by his legal name or some other name?
He knew him by two different nicknames.
Okay, what were the two nicknames that Mr. James provided you as the names he knew Andrew Watson II as?
Skrill and Bubba.
Okay. I'm sorry, during the interview with Mr. James, did Mr. James indicate the nature of the relationship he had with Mr. Watson II?
He indicated that a strictly business relationship. As far as gambling, they were not friends.
When it came to gambling, did Mr. James describe the type of gambling that he and Mr. Watson II would engage in?
High stakes gambling. That's how he described it.
Did he further sort of give you an example as to what high stakes gambling included?
Sometimes losing a significant amount of money and it not really being that big of a deal. So you put a specific amount of money down to start off, usually thousands of dollars.
Did Mr. James indicate or provide you any information during this interview as to whether the gambling was multiple people or something different?
It was typically one-on-one.
That would be Mr. James and Mr. Watson II.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. James detail for you what I'll phrase the various venues or venue that Mr. James and Mr. Watson II would gamble at?
Yes.
Okay, and where were the places that where they would meet to gamble, please?
Omni's residence, which is 947 Vincent Court. Auntie's residence, which is Darlene Williams, that is 1904 Georgetown Apartment 14. And Parnisha Reynolds, her address was somewhere on Star Street.
So I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You said one of the addresses, I think the first one you indicated was Omni's residence on an address on Vincent Court. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your interview, did you come to understand who Omni was in relation to Mr. James?
Yes.
And what was the relationship and how did you learn that?
Omni Wen is the girlfriend of Willie James. That information was eventually provided by him, but that information was obtained through VCI as well, through intelligence.
Another address you offered was somebody by the name of Parnisha Reynolds.
Yes.
And that is an address where?
On Star Avenue in the city of Lansing.
And then the final one that you referenced, the third one you referenced was an address on Georgetown.
Right.
And I think did you provide the specific address?
1904. Georgetown Park.
Now, have you been to that specific address?
Yes, I have.
So showing you People's 91. Recognize that area depicted in the map on People's 91?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how is it you recognize that area?
It's an aerial view of Arbors of Georgetown apartment complex.
And then People's 95, you heard the testimony from Detective McGonigal as to what this, what's depicted in 95. That GPS marker, is that in the area of the 1904 apartment 14 in Georgetown?
Yes, sir.
And it's Mr. James that informed you that the Georgetown address was, well, he characterized it as Auntie's house.
Yes.
So you met with Mr. James on January 29, 2021 for this interview. During the interview, did he give you sort of a chronology of the number of times that he had recently played poker with Mr. Watson II?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the specific days and dates that Mr. James offered you as the last recent poker events that they had?
The last one was on January 12th.
Okay.
Of 2020.
And then did he provide you any dates that came before that date?
Yes, prior to that, I believe it was January 4th, January 7th and 8th, or 7th into the 8th, and then the 12th.
Any dates beyond January 12, 2021?
No.
So based on the chronology that Mr. James gave you, he was gambling with Mr. Watson II approximately every 4 days.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Correct.
During the interview with Mr. James, did he further elaborate as to the events and chronology of the last time they gambled, January 12, 2021?
I'm sorry.
Yep. During the interview that you had with him, did Mr. James further elaborate as to the events of the last time they gambled, he and Mr. Watson II?
Yes, you.
Did Mr. James indicate to you where or how Mr. Watson was trying to meet up with Mr. James? And if so, what did he detail for you?
They were communicating back and forth to figure out what their plans were going to be as far as gambling. They decided to meet at Auntie's house at 1904 Georgetown, and Mr. Watson was getting right there.
During the interview, did Mr. James indicate to you that he in fact went to the Georgetown address?
Yes, he did.
All right, and what, if anything, did he explain or describe as to occurring while he was at the Georgetown address?
When he arrived there, Mr. Watson was not there yet, so he had to wait for him to get there.
Okay, did he explain if that was off-putting to him? Did he provide any insight as to that?
Yes, he was almost ready to leave. He was frustrated with the fact that he wasn't there.
Did Mr. James indicate that there came a point where Mr. Watson eventually arrived?
Yes.
All right, what did he explain, what information he provided to you upon Mr. Watson's arrival?
That he was dropped off by Amazon too.
Okay. did he describe what sort of vehicle Mr. Watson arrived at the Georgetown address in?
I believe he indicated it was a white SUV.
Upon Mr. Watson II's arrival, did Mr. James detail for you what happened after that?
They went into Andy's apartment.
And that was to gamble.
Again,
Did Mr. Watson, I'm sorry, did Mr. James indicate or tell you how much money he brought with him that night, that day, the 12th, to gamble with Mr. Watson II?
I believe it was somewhere between $2,600 and $3,000.
I think a moment ago, I think you indicated that at some point during the interview, Mr. James referred to a female that was with Mr. Watson. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And that would be, he was referring to the person that dropped Mr. Watson off.
yes,
Did he ever indicate seeing that female return or a second time on the evening they gambled on January 12th?
yes, she returned with food and charged for Watson.
And that was while they were playing.
Yes,
Mr. James indicate to you how long they gambled that day, January 12th, 2021?
I don't think he gave a specific time, he said a few hours.
Did Mr. Watson, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Did Mr. James inform you as to how much money Andrew Watson II won that time they played poker?
He won $3,000.
During your interview, did you ask Mr. James about what vehicle or vehicles he was driving on January 12th, 2021?
Yes,
What, if anything, did he provide you as far as an answer to that question?
he was driving the 2011 GMC Yukon.
The one depicted in People's Five?
Yes,
And at some point, clearly from this photograph and some of the testimony, that vehicle was seized as part of your investigation, correct?
yes, it was.
And you personally notified Mr. James that that vehicle was seized as evidence in this case.
Yes, I did.
Do you know where the vehicle was located and seized from?
At Ami's residence at 947 Vincent Court.
As to the Yukon, did Mr. James offer further insight as to sort of the possessory and or ownership of that specific vehicle?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he explain to you who the vehicle is actually titled to?
Yes,
And who is the person name identified as the title owner of that vehicle?
his sister Philomene James.
As to the possessory or the person using the vehicle, did Mr. James provide you any details as to who actually drives that vehicle?
He is the primary driver of that vehicle.
And that came by way of him telling you that.
Correct.
As to the evening of January 12th, 2021, during the interview, did you ask Mr. James if he had offered to or provided a ride to Mr. Watson II in his vehicle, that Yukon?
On January
Well,
20, oh, on that, on the 12th?
yeah.
He did not provide him with a ride.
Did he indicated if he has offered Mr. Watson, or sorry, if he had given Mr. Watson II a ride in that vehicle ever before?
No, he hasn't.
After you notified Mr. James that you, and by you, I'm sort of referring to the Lansing Police Department, would be seizing that Yukon in connection with this investigation, did you try to further understand or further ask Mr. James regarding Mr. Watson II's presence in that vehicle at any point?
I think I did ask him if Mr. Watson had ever been in the vehicle.
Okay.
And he indicated yes.
Yes. Did he sort of further elaborate the extent of him being in that vehicle?
He said if it was that vehicle, because he had multiple vehicles, he wasn't certain. It would have been briefly, and he was sat in the front seat, and that was it.
So he never is it fair to say he never really confirmed that Mr. Watson actually sat in that vehicle?
Yes, he wasn't sure which vehicle.
Was vague about other vehicles he has access to?
Correct.
Did there come a point where you had a secondary or follow-up interview, personal interview with Mr. James?
Yes.
Do you recall what date that occurred?
I do.
If I were to say that was around February 3rd, 2021, does that sound about accurate?
Yes.
Where did this follow-up interview occur?
Jackson prison.
Mr. James was in custody at that point?
Correct.
On parole?
Correct.
Issues?
Correct.
And as a result, did you provide Mr. James Miranda warnings as part of the interview?
I did.
And did he further speak, did he continue to speak with you and answer questions regarding this investigation?
He did.
I'm sorry?
He did.
During this follow-up interview, did you ask him questions about potentially, or I'm sorry, centering around repairs to the Yukon vehicle?
Yes.
Right. Did he indicate to you what, if any, repairs he had recently or maintenance he had recently done with the vehicle?
I believe the only thing he stated at that point was tires. He had tires replaced.
I'm sorry.
His tires replaced.
in this follow-up interview in February, during this, did you ask him, that being Mr. James, if he had ever had the Yukon detail?
Yeah, I did ask him that question.
And what was his response to that answer?
He said no.
All right, so I'm gonna pause there for a moment and you indicated as part of your initial investigation, some of the steps you took were to search jails, hospitals, run lean, that sort of thing for Mr. Watson II. Is that correct?
Correct.
As the investigation continued, were additional steps taken to try and find and locate Mr. Watson II?
Yes.
All right. Did you do some of those steps?
I contacted analysts to do those steps for me.
Okay. And analysts with the state police, LPD, or something else?
Both.
Okay. And were those steps completed for you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could please describe what you were requesting of the state police and the LPD analysts to do in order to attempt to locate Mr. Watson II.
It was to conduct a nationwide search to see if Mr. Watson's name, there was facial recognition done as well to indicate if he was anywhere else within the US to attempt to locate him.
Okay. Is it fair to say that various databases were utilized either by yourself or these analysts to try and locate any semblance of Mr. Watson II?
Yes, sir.
Any results as we sit here today?
None.
And in working with Detective Pagano, you're certainly aware that she created a NamUs alert with the Department of Justice for Mr. Watson.
I am.
Did you look into bank records?
Yes.
Did you look into unemployment records?
Yes.
Department of the Secretary of State?
Yes.
All of those various, and I'm sure we could probably go on for a while, try and cover all of the different databases. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And thus far, no results.
No results.
As part of your investigation, give me 1 second, I'm gonna get myself out of order. As part of your investigation, did you conduct some follow-up investigation regarding various leads and or details that you had identified in this investigation?
I'm sorry, man, we didn't.
I did. Sorry, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you what has been received as People's 11. Showing you People's 11. Is there something in this photograph that sort of jumps to your mind as a piece of follow-up investigation you conducted in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could explain to the judge, please, what we see here in this photograph that sort of prompted some additional investigation in this case.
So Spotless Detail is a detail shop in the city of Lansing. Obviously, there was indication that the vehicle had been cleaned, so we followed up at that location at 3423 South Cedar.
And when you say you followed up, what is it that you did?
I physically went to that location and made contact with the owner and spoke with him specifically in reference to whether or not he serviced a 2011 Yukon.
And when you personally met with the owner of Spotless Detailing, were you shown anything to give you the indication that that Yukon was in fact serviced at Spotless Detailing?
Yes, sir.
And what is it that you were shown?
Spotless Detail has a surveillance system on their property, and they provided me with a video of the day that Mr. James arrived.
And from that, the information that you were provided from Spotless Detailing, what day did Mr. James arrive to have Spotless detailed the Yukon?
That was on the 14th of January, 2021.
Okay. Showing People's 94. That is consistent with the information you received from Spotless Detailing.
Yes, that's the GPS location of that specific business.
And in fact, using both 94 and 96 in tandem, that GPS marker is almost immediately adjacent to Spotless that's here in 96. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it's an accurate.
And in meeting with Spotless, did they provide you a copy of this video?
Yes, sir, they did.
Approach this witness. I think I already asked a bunch of times.
You're
I'm sorry,
fine.
Judge.
No,
I'm showing you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 90. This is a disc,
Yes, sir.
and you know the contents of the disc.
It's the content of the video that was obtained that day from Spot.
Okay. And this is a copy that was provided to you after you watched it in-house with the owner.
Right.
People move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 90.
any objection?
Not objection.
Not objection, exhibit 90 is admitted into evidence. Do you need the cord?
Yeah, I just gotta walk it over here. Let me just thank you. And just for clarification, the video that you were provided, there are multiple camera angles,
Yes.
different cameras provided, so there's multiple files within the disk.
Yes, sir.
You see that on the screen over there?
Yes, I can.
And I have it paused at 4 seconds into the video. This is the interior, the garage portion of Spotless
Yes, sir,
Detailing.
it's the Bay Area.
A better way of putting it, the Bay Area. Thank you. Pausing at 1 minute and 1 minute and 10 seconds in. The Yukon is consistent with the Yukon that is depicted in People's 5.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. See the video on your screen?
Yes, sir, I do.
What portion of Spotless is this?
The lobby area when you walk into the building.
And why was this provided to you as part of your follow-up investigation with Spotless Detailing?
As he indicated that the
Oh, this car had to be fixed.
jacket was the subject that he interacted with them.
For shopping? Somebody left it in the car. Said, my boy is, Thunderbird. Yeah. And his cousins after he passed away. His wife sold him. Yeah, we do the Cadillac. He sold it, I think he sold the Cadillac to his son, my brother, or something like that. All right, come with me after. I know, my boy's, daughter is dating his son. And then the devil over, I'm like, oh, man, this is her son. And we were talking for a while. And we went. Wonderful weekend. Appreciate you, what was that, his dance? Yeah, definitely my own stuff. Yeah, and I did that jackass over there, $174, man. $174? Yeah. What's it doing? I'm about 40 town at the airport. 150, because it's only 2 roads, right?
So this individual is that I'm circling on the screen with the mouse is the individual that picked up the Yukon.
Yes.
Based on physical characteristics captured here in the video, are they all consistent with the defendant, Willie James?
Yes, sir.
Fast forward now in time to the date of March 3rd, 2021. Does that date have some significance to your investigation into the disappearance and or presumed death of Mr. Watson II?
Yes, sir.
And why is March 3rd, 2021 a notable date in your investigation?
That was the date that Andrew Watson's cell phones were located, in addition to other evidence.
So explain that. When you say Mr. Watson's phones were found that day, can you describe the events of March 3rd, 2021 that sort of led to that answer, please?
Yes, sir. I was contacted by Officer Brandon Berg, who was familiar with my investigation. He informed me that he was dispatched to a found property complaint at 2504 East Kavanaugh. Upon his arrival, he was given a trash bag, white trash bag containing 3 cell phones that appeared to have blood on them, as well as a partially ripped piece of currency and latex gloves.
And ultimately, were those items seized by Officer Brandenburg and brought to your specific attention?
Yes, sir.
All right, and detail for me, now that you are sort of face to face with those items, what transpires, please?
We immediately took it to CSI to have those items analyzed by our CSI technician. Once they were processed by CSI, the phones were turned over to me.
Okay. So let's stop you there for a
Yes.
second. So when we're talking about the items that Officer Brandenburg found, we are talking about what is depicted in People's 74, 75, and the cell phone 77, 79, 81, and 83. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So 3 cell phones, a ripped $20 bill, and 2 a pair of rubber gloves. Is that right?
Yes, sir, and the plastic bag. Everything.
Right. And so those were processed by Officer Stanley, who we had a testimony from earlier. After that point, what happened as it relates to those found items?
So because the trash bag was knotted closed, those cell phones were preserved. I then plugged them in. All of them had took a power charge to them, and then I started to call the numbers that I had been given for Andrew Watson.
The result?
One of the phones rang, and then there was I realized that one of the phones, there was an error on the phone number. So once that was worked out and I was able to determine the correct phone number, that cell phone, I called the correct number and that phone rang as well.
When you say there was an error in the phone number, what do you mean?
One of the numbers was mistaken as an 8 instead of 6.
Okay, so as far as just reporting in your initial investigation, reporting the number, it was just an incorrect jotting of the notes.
Correct.
All right, once that was straightened out, a second phone rang.
Yes.
As for the third?
The third phone did not ring, which was suspected to be the Wi-Fi phone, which the family indicated he had.
All right, when you say Wi-Fi phone, what does that mean?
That means that the device is only going to work when it's connected to Wi-Fi.
And were any of them connected to Wi-Fi at the time you were making those phone calls?
We didn't have passcodes.
You mean you didn't have passcodes for the phone?
We did not, so they were not connected to Wi-Fi.
And that bag and contents, that was picked up by Officer Brandenburg. Is he an LPD officer?
Yes, sir.
Right, and he was dispatched because those items were found within the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
You said Kavanaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Detective, as part of your responsibilities on this case, did you transport items of evidence to be analyzed by the Michigan Department of State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I did.
Did that include blood swabs
Yes,
and for testing for DNA?
correct.
Did that include any latent fingerprint lifts that were completed by CSI?
Yes, sir.
And those were for consideration as it relates to, again, the disappearance of Mr. Watson II.
Yes, sir.
Did you or your assisting detective, Detective McGonigal, obtain a DNA profile or some sort of indication or item of evidence to help develop a profile for the missing Mr. Watson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you obtain and submit in order to obtain a profile for Mr. Watson?
DNA was taken from Otelia Watson, Andrew Watson, and Supreme, one of his children, as well as, I believe it was a toothbrush and a regular toothbrush.
Did you submit blood stains that were collected by Officer Stanley and/or Fearnow from processing of the Yukon?
Yes, sir.
Were the swabs collected from the processing of the cell phones, the gloves, all of those items submitted to the forensic laboratory?
Yes, sir.
Never approach this witness.
Right.
I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 84 through 89. You can just look through those. You don't have to take them out of the protectors yet. Each of those items, I think we're 84 through 89. Each of those items are laboratory reports from the Michigan Department of State Police.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, I would move for admission of those respective exhibits pursuant to statute 76611B.
Any objection?
Without objection for purposes of prelim, Your Honor.
Purposes of prelim, exhibits 84 through 89 are admitted pursuant to 766.11B. So those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. All right. A quick second, I want to, so I can follow along with you. have them bounce back up here. I'm gonna start with People's 84. And you can, if you need to, remove it from sheet protector. What record number, as it relates to this case from Michigan State Police, is People's 84?
Record number 1.
And on the first page, it details the specific items of evidence that were sent and received by the state police, correct, under the evidence received section?
Correct.
That included the suspected blood swab from rear passenger floor, suspected blood reportedly from front passenger seat, front bar, the buccal swab from Mrs. Wilson, blood swab from the lower corner panel of the front passenger door, toothbrush of Mr. Watson, the buccal swab from Mr. Watson Sr., and fabric removed from the front passenger seat. Is that correct?
Yes, except Watson.
I'm sorry, what?
And except Wilson. Tell you what, Judge.
And this report,
I can't, hold on, I can't hear.
sorry,
I was wondering, she's hitting the mic, so I'm sorry.
All right, so just talk to the mic and you'll
I'm
be fine.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
and this report details that the swab from the rear passenger floor indicates the presence of blood. Is that correct? Under
Correct.
conclusions? Correct. And then next, it indicates that the blood swab from the front passenger seat bar indicates the presence of blood. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That the swab from the lower corner panel of the front passenger door also indicates the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to skip for a second number 5 and go to number 7. That the fabric reportedly removed from the front passenger seat indicates the presence of blood. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the toothbrush will be sent for DNA testing. Is that all correct?
Yes,
From this
sir.
report?
Yes, sir.
We move now to People's 85. People's 85 is record number 2 from the state police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under the evidence received section, it is the rear passenger floor stain, rear passenger seat bar stain, front passenger door stain, the toothbrush, and the fabric stain, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this report details DNA analysis of those various items. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Over the course of 3 pages. So starting with conclusions number 1, which is on the first page, the state police indicate that from the toothbrush, a DNA profile of Mr. Watson was obtained for comparison purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving then to page 2 through 3, the state police reach several conclusions comparing the toothbrush DNA profile from Mr. Watson and the various blood stains. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Starting with number 2, the rear passenger floor stain. What is the result of, under the results section, what is the result of the DNA profiling or analysis in this case?
Based on DNA typing results obtained from the rear passenger floor stain, it is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if it originated from Andrew Watson than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
Moving then to number 3. Here, the state police compared the toothbrush DNA to the front passenger seat, front bar stain. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that analysis?
Based on the DNA typing result obtained from the front passenger seat front bar stain, it is approximately 12 octillion times more likely if it originated from Andrew Watson than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
Now going through all of them, number 4 and 5 reach very similar, if not identical, results. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So all of the blood stains recovered from the vehicle are connected by way of the state police DNA analysis to Mr. Watson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna move now to people's.
Eighty-six.
86. People's 86 is record number 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the items received from the state police are as follows. The blood swab from the iPhone, blood swab from the inside of glove number 1, blood swab from the outside of glove number 2, the white trash bag, and the exam gloves themselves. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. As to the conclusions, the exam gloves indicate the indicate the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
And then those items or swabs of those items were retained for further DNA testing.
Yes, sir.
In fact, that applies to both the conclusions.
Yes.
12A and 12B as it relates to the blood in the gloves, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna move down to people's 87. Equals 87 is record 4 from the state police, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this examination or this report is regarding latent fingerprints, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the items received are a latent lift, specifically from an LG cell phone with a barcode sticker, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we see here in people's 80, one of the cell phones found in the plastic bag.
Yes, sir.
And additionally, known impressions, fingerprint impressions for Andrew Watson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And under the identification heading or subheading under examination results, what were the results of this latent lift fingerprint analysis?
Subject Andrew Watson, lifted from the LG cell phone with barcode. It's the right index finger.
So viewing this report indicates, it's your understanding, this report indicates that the latent lift that was collected by Officer Stanley, who we heard a little bit ago, from that cell phone matches or corresponds to the known impressions from Andrew Watson II.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll move now to people 88. People's 88 is MSP record number 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the evidence examined in this particular report includes the following: the rear passenger floor stain, the rear passenger seat front bar stain, the front passenger door stain, the DNA profile from the toothbrush, front passenger seat fabric stain, the exam wearer swabs, the exam glove stain, the exam wearer swabs again, another glove stain, as well as a buckle swab from Willie James.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you obtain, I'm sorry, and a buckle swab from Philomena James. Correct? And you obtained the buckle swabs from both Mr. James and Ms. James?
I believe Detective McDonald did it.
Okay, as far as you know, that was pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right, so starting with conclusions, specifically number 1, from the submitted buckle swab relevant or regarding Mr. James, the state police are indicating they were able to obtain a DNA profile from both for Mr. James and Philomena James. Is that correct?
Yes.
Additionally, in conclusion 2, the state police are indicating that both Mr. James and Philomena James are excluded as contributors to the blood stains from within the Yukon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As for conclusion number 3, state police examined or analyzed the DNA of Mr. Watson and Ms. James and Mr. James as it relates to the exam, the white exam gloves and the swabs from those gloves, correct?
Correct.
All right, so the first one, as it relates to Mr. Watson, what was the result of that DNA analysis?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the exam type glove wearer swabs, it is approximately 4.1 octillion times more likely if it originated from Andrew Watson II and 3 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors.
As it relates, and then the next part indicates that the state police analyzed the DNA profile of Mr. James in connection with this glove. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was the result of that analysis?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the exam type glove wearer swabs, it is approximately 160 trillion times more likely if it originated from Willie James Jr. and 3 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors.
Immediately below that, the report indicates that this analysis provides very strong support that Willie James Jr. is a contributor to the DNA profile of that swab, correct?
Correct.
Moving next to number 4. This is the exam glove stain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And in that, it analyzed the DNA profiles of those individuals in connection with that stain, right?
Correct.
What was the result of that analysis?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the exam type glove stain, it is approximately 17 octillion times more likely if it originated from Andrew Watson II than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
does it exclude anybody?
Willie James Jr. and Philomena James are excluded as contributors to the exam type glove stain.
Number 6, the state police examined another stain from a glove, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that glove stain DNA analysis?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the exam type glove stain, it is approximately 9.4 octillion times more likely if it originated from Andrew Watson II and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors.
Moving to the next page, page 4, does the analysis exclude any individuals from this secondary glove stain?
Philomena James is excluded as a contributor to the exam type glove stain.
How about immediately?
Oh, I'm
above that?
sorry, read the wrong one. Well, Willie James Jr. is excluded as a contributor to the exam type glove stain.
Right, and then I'm gonna move now finally to 9. And this report addresses the DNA analysis regarding Philomena and Mr. James, correct?
Correct.
Because they're siblings
Yes, sir.
and how that interacts with the previous DNA analysis.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it excludes them as co-contributors to the gloves.
That is correct.
Okay, do I have no further questions?
Cross-examination?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
If you don't mind if detective just steps out for a moment, too.
No problem.
Okay.
You talked about earlier in your testimony regarding the cell phones and exigent pinging, I believe you said. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And what is exactly needed to do that or to make that happen? Do you know?
There has to be some potential information that somebody might be being harmed or something along those lines, or they might be in need of help, so to speak. So it typically goes to a supervisor, and then we have to contact our dispatch center, and they are the ones that kind of initiate that payment.
And how does that work? You said initiate the payment.
So they will contact, once we get the phone numbers, we were able to determine who the carriers were for those phones. And then there's a form that's filled out. So I also filled out the form. And it gets submitted to the company to request that payment.
And you're looking for pinging for what? Like cell phone towers?
Yes, to determine the location of that particular person that we're looking for.
And then Mr. Watson had 3 phones that you were using for that?
Yes, sir.
3 different phone numbers?
Correct.
And now you talked about there was a couple of occasions where you spoke with Mr. James, correct?
There are a couple of, I'm sorry.
Of occasions where you spoke with Mr. James?
Yes, sir.
A couple different times?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said the second interview, you'd indicated that was done at Jackson at the MDOC facility,
I
correct?
think it's Jackson Correctional.
Okay. Didn't that actually occur at the Ingham County Jail?
Could have been. The second interaction, yes.
And you stated on that occasion that you had given him Miranda warnings prior to speaking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that on the first occasion?
I did not specifically, but I believe Detective McGonigal did.
And the first interview with Mr. James, that was that on Wise Road at the operations facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than you and Mr. James, who else, if anyone, was present for that interview?
Detective McGonigal.
That interview was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. James agreed to speak with you?
Yes, sir.
He was interacting with you, answering your questions?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were speaking with Mr. James regarding him playing poker with Mr. Watson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on this particular night that you were talking about, I believe was around the time of June the 12th. That would have been the last one that he had referenced according. Is that correct?
January 12th.
January. I
Yes,
may
sir.
have misspoke. January 12th.
Yes, sir.
And you said Mr. James had indicated that Mr. Watson had maybe won approximately $3,000 that night.
Yes, sir.
And it indicated that that was a light night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it was your impression from speaking with him that that wasn't a particularly significant loss?
Correct.
And was it further your impression from speaking with Mr. James that when he would have these poker games with Mr. Watson, sometimes Mr. Watson would win, sometimes Mr. James would win?
Yes, sir.
And you said from speaking with Mr. James that he had denied having his car detailed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But he did state that he did and would have his car washed, correct?
Correct.
And you said you learned from your investigation that the regarding the Yukon, Mr. James was not the registered owner of that vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you said he described himself as the primary driver, correct?
Yes, sir.
But not the exclusive driver.
Not the exclusive, no.
So in other words, other people besides Mr. James had access to the vehicle and would drive it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And from speaking with Mr. James, he had no way of knowing who the registered owner of the vehicle may have let into the vehicle. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Sure. We're speaking with Mr. James about the Yukon. And he was not the registered owner, correct?
He's not the registered owner.
And Mr. James indicated to you that he had no way of knowing who the registered owner of the vehicle may have let either in the vehicle or drive the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And regarding the evidence regarding the cell phones, which are the subject matter of the reports that you were just speaking about, you were notified by whom that those had been retrieved or found?
Officer Brandenburg.
Is he the initial responding officer that went out to the location and retrieved those items?
Yes, sir.
And did he show them or and bring them to you, or what did he do with those?
He brought them to the operations center at LPD.
Okay. The same way that he found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were contained in a bag, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was the bag see-through, opaque, dark?
You could see what items were inside of it. It wasn't completely see-through, but slightly.
Was the bag closed? Was it knotted up, or was it open in some way?
I know it started out as knotted. I can't remember if we opened it in the evidence room.
Or may I have a moment, please? More things to follow up, if I may, Detective. You were talking about searching for records of Mr. Watson. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Financial records, and went through various databases and so forth that you were looking for those. Was your search limited to January the 12th, 2021 onward, or did it go back prior to that?
I'm not sure exactly how the analyst did it. We specifically informed them of the date of disappearance, and then how they analyzed it up until the point that that request was made. Does that make sense?
So, in other words, some other party other than yourself was the one conducting these searches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you never personally conducted any of these database searches yourself?
Other than Lean, the databases that are accessible to myself. But as far as a more in-depth, I guess, in-depth look into it, no, it was not using this.
And you don't know whether the analyst searched for such records prior to January the 12th of 2021?
No.
Do you know if there were ever any such records discovered for Mr. Watson, and not just any subsequent records after January the 12th?
Yeah, so there was indication that, based on various times where he popped up within the database prior to January 12th. But like I said, I don't know specifically what range they searched for him, but yes, there were some indications that it was prior to the 12th. He popped up on some sort of radar.
And that type of search that you're discussing about the analyst doing, is that something that they make a report and detailed findings of, or is that just something they do and report back to you?
They do submit, they have a checklist that they follow. They do submit that checklist.
Who was the analyst that would have performed this
This is
search?
Ricky. RIKKI.
Last name? First name?
I think that's her first name, but I can't think of, I can't order her last name.
That's someone that works at LPD?
MSP and.
MSP?
Yes.
And you detailed that you had spoken with numerous people connected to this case during the course of your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with and spoke with individuals who knew both Mr. Watson and Mr. James. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your investigation, you never came across any information that gave you the impression that there were ever any type of disputes or violent arguing between Mr. Watson and Mr. James regarding these poker games. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you ask me the question?
Yes.
again?
During your investigation, after the numerous people that you spoke with that knew the parties involved, you never came across any information that led you to believe there was any type of history of arguing or violent disputes between Mr. Watson and Mr. James as it relates to these poker games?
Nothing violent, but arguing on occasion.
But nothing violent, you said, correct?
No, sir.
Your understanding that they continued, you had stated, to regularly engage in these poker games, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you've been a detective now for approximately, what, over 2 years?
Yes, sir.
And how long overall have you been in office?
Almost 21 years.
And would it be safe to say that you've had numerous investigations involving people who may be involved in either making money illegally or illegal proceeds?
Yes,
Would
sir.
that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And based on your experience in that, you wouldn't necessarily expect someone who made money from illegal proceeds to necessarily create records of that. For example, reporting it on their taxes and so forth, correct?
Depends on the situation, depends on the person, but
Generally, the answer to that would be no. Typically, no. There's not been anybody or any corpse recovered of Andrew Watson II. Is that correct?
that's correct, sir.
And is it true that during the course of your investigation after speaking with the numerous people that knew Mr. Watson, that you had learned, or it was your impression that there were other occasions where he had kind of maybe disappeared or hadn't been heard from for periods of a time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Be direct.
None, thank you.
May this witness be excused, the people?
Without objection.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, witness is excused. Any further witnesses, Mr. Stevens?
People rest.
People rest. Any defense motion, any defense evidence today?
Your Honor, will rely on the evidence presented. Thank you.
Thanks. So before the motion to bind over, I'll rule on the 104B conditional. 104B, I took evidence that was conditional in regards to what would be an opposing party statement, the defendant's statements, or what would be the defendant's statement, or somebody making a statement to Mr., I believe his name is Crawford. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Matthew, perfect.
We know you.
And I do find from additional evidence confirmation that the defendant was there that day, not only coming from the defendant, but from other witness testimony, which would indicate that I believe that sufficient evidence has been shown that that was and can be received as an opposing party statement from any from another identification, which is Exhibit 93, which is also part of the identification process. So with that understanding, I believe that the conditional relevance has been linked up and the opposing party statements would be allowed pursuant to 104B. Motion for bind over, Mr. Stevens.
Give me 1 minute, I just want to organize the exhibits to the extent that needs to be done.
Organizing exhibits. Sure. I would go ahead and turn it off. Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, what I will start with is I filed on defense and provided this court a copy of a very detailed, lengthy bench memorandum of law as it relates to this type of case. This type of case is sort of paraphrases what we call or what we've termed a no body homicide. Because as we've heard testimony from Detective Osborne, as of today's date, the body of Mr. Watson II has not been recovered. And this bench memorandum details effectively a full body of law as it relates to what we, the people, must satisfy not only at a preliminary examination, but also at trial. It details a number of cases. Some of them are incredibly instrumental in establishing the framework, the foundation for what we must prove. But other cases in here offer, frankly, contrary examples of where evidence is not sufficient. Cases in which convictions have been overturned in a circumstance such as this. While it is 30 some pages long, I will certainly take any questions the court has as to that. What I have tried to do by way of argument is boil down those 30-some pages into a more manageable, more digestible framework for this case. As is indicated within the bench memorandum, at a preliminary examination, a bind over for the people on the charge of open murder, we must establish simply the elements of second-degree murder. As defined in Johnson and Coddington, which are referenced in the bench memorandum, the elements for second degree for bind over is one, a death, the defendant caused the death of the victim, and two, some demonstration of malice. What the bench memorandum further articulates is really a full understanding of what is necessary to prove or satisfy the first element, that the defendant caused the death of the victim. And from that string of case law, the series of cases, what is further understood to satisfy element one is that first we must be able to prove that there is the death of the victim. And second, that the death is by way of some criminal agency. And so with element one, what I've tried to do via the various proofs in this case is proving those two different aspects of element one, death of Mr. Watson II, and that his death was the result of criminal agency. So I'm going to start first, please, Your Honor, with death of the victim. The case law, some of the various cases have detailed how death of the victim can be further demonstrated by way of evidence. For example, in Phillips #2, the Baby Kate case, and in People versus Brassic, death of the victim can be detailed and demonstrated by a sudden, unexplained, unexpected disappearance. People versus Fisher, which is one of those cases where it was overturned for a lack of evidence, that case details how death of the victim can be demonstrated by blood or DNA evidence. And in fact, in Fisher, that case was reversed largely because that evidence was missing. In People versus McHannon, MCMAHAN, that case details how the death of the victim can be established in part by the exhaustive efforts to locate. People v. Brassic also details how the death of the victim can be established and proven by a lack of social activity. Additionally, that can be established by testimony by way of family members. And so when you take that first aspect, death of the victim, it is the people's position that we have satisfied that in various ways. Considering first, as demonstrated by People v. Phillips and Brassic, sudden, unexpected, unexplained disappearance, that permeates the testimony in this case. From the very beginning, with Mr. Watson's own mother, who detailed really a history of a doting son who is constant contact and communication with his parents. And certainly what is most illuminating is in the days leading up to January 12th, 2021, the extra effort that Mr. Watson took to care for his mother, who had recently undergone surgery, and his efforts to provide them everything they needed, including on January 11th, promising to purchase groceries for his mother and to return with them the next day. And as we sit here today, despite a single text on January 12th in the morning hours, Mrs. Watson has yet to see and or hear from her son ever again. Ms. Watson detailed, in essence, that Mr. Watson II is born, raised, and lived in Lansing nearly his entire life, aside from two very temporary points in his life where he spent about a year in Florida and approximately a few months in Arkansas when he was a child, which arguably probably isn't even that relevant to the chronology. Mr. Watson is Lansing born and raised. His family's here, his children are here, everything he knows is here. Then you layer in there the testimony of Ms. Ryan, an individual with whom Mr. Watson had, albeit a short 4 to 5 month relationship with, but a relationship nonetheless. A relationship where they were frequently together, a relationship she described as, I think for the most part, a friendship, but also an intimate dating relationship. A relationship where even after she was expecting a phone call to pick him up, in the subsequent days after Mr. Watson never responded to either his parents or to her, she called over and over and over because she did not expect to not hear from Mr. Watson. So we have, and there is record evidence of a sudden, unexplained, unexpected disappearance from Mr. Watson. And that is certainly corroborated in part with the exhaustive efforts that the detectives, Detective Osborne and Detective McGonigal, have undertaken to try and locate Mr. Watson. That includes requests from various agencies, the Lansing Police Department, the state police, and even utilizing a nationwide search sort of hosted by and run by the Department of Justice to locate Mr. Watson. Those attempts have come up with nothing. Furthermore, the additional evidence further establishes that there has been effectively no social activity, even though when you can contrast, and these are some of the questions that Mr. Austin offered on cross-exam, even though some of those efforts did uncover social activity for Mr. Watson II preceding January 12, 2021. And as Mrs. Watson has detailed, there is no contact that any of the family members have had with Andrew Watson II since January 12, 2021. All of that details and highlights the sudden, unexplained, unexpected disappearance of Andrew Watson II. That, coupled with the DNA evidence, certainly establishes this first aspect of element 1. I think the DNA evidence alone, standing alone, without the testimony of the family members and the various database searches, would highlight the missing and certainly cover the death of Mr. Watson. So with that, people believe that there is more than enough record evidence to establish that Mr. Andrew Watson II is presumed dead. The next aspect of the first element, the corpus of the murder, is that we not only have to show the victim is dead, which we have, but we have to show that the death is the result of some criminal agency. I'm going to start with the blood and DNA evidence, because that blood, that DNA evidence, much like what I indicated in the first aspect of the first part of my argument, I think really sets the foundation for a finding that the death was the result of, and Mr. Watson's death was the result of some criminal agency. You have blood evidence in 2 different points, both the Yukon and on the various cell phones and the gloves that were located in a different location. The court can certainly consider and view, I know the court was looking as I was going through the exhibits, but what I find particularly striking about the Yukon evidence is the blue star and how much that interior glows with the presence of blood. And it's not in one spot, it's in multiple spots. It's all over the front passenger seat, indicating, at least from a circumstantial evidence standpoint, that there was a significant amount of blood loss within that Yukon. And that blood translates further into those cell phones and those gloves, which were located in another point. And that is in this evidence, the blood and DNA evidence is in stark contrast to the case of People versus Fisher, where there was none. There was no blood, no DNA evidence, frankly, no physical evidence. And so I highlight that as a counterexample or comparison that this case has what Fisher does not. The Yukon, while I don't put a significant amount of weight in this, I do believe that there is factual evidence that reasonable inferences can be drawn from, and that is the gunshot or the bullet defect, but that's coupled with the fact that there's gun oil also in the car. You have a trained CSI officer who has examined more vehicles than he could count, who has seen and processed this vehicle, which is glowing like a Christmas tree from the Blue Star with a significant amount of blood. And then he locates a defect in the rubber seal around the front passenger door, precisely consistent with where the blood stains are. And as he peels back, he locates an impact spot or impact site that is consistent with the star-shaped deflections that in his mind represent a gunshot defect. And then again, you consider or you factor in the recovery of a bottle of gun oil in the driver's seat, and the reasonable inferences drawn therefrom is that a gun was possibly used in the killing of Mr. Watson. The case law, specifically People versus Moldesky, Modelski, Nelson, talk about motive as a means of demonstrating death by criminal agency. And in this, there is at least a flavor of potential motive in this case, particularly on January 12, 2021, Andrew Watson II cleaned out Willie James by his own admission, by Mr. James's own admission. He admitted to Detective Osborne that he brought anywhere between $2,600 and $3,000, and then further admitted that Andrew Watson won $3,000 that night, sending Mr. James home completely empty-handed. People versus Brassic talks about establishing death by criminal agency by means of opportunity. I submit to this court that the evidence in this case demonstrates that the defendant had the sole opportunity to, and as a result, killed Mr. Watson. The chronology that we laid out with just a few witnesses demonstrates that the defendant was the last person that Mr. Watson saw alive. By Mr. James' own admissions, they gambled together on January 12, 2021, the last day anybody that testified here has seen or heard from Mr. Watson. I also point back now to the DNA evidence. The DNA evidence, particularly the DNA analysis of the exam glove, puts the defendant and the victim together. They put them together with blood stains, and effectively the DNA analysis on the glove puts the defendant and Mr. Watson together at the time of the mechanism of injury, leading then by way of inference that the defendant had the sole opportunity to cause this death. By way of case law, death by criminal agency can be established by other means of circumstantial evidence, particularly evidence demonstrating consciousness of guilt. We certainly have that in this case. There is both physical evidence that has been observed by witnesses and the defendant's own conduct that demonstrates consciousness of guilt. Consciousness of guilt in people's estimation comes in a few different forms, particularly in this case. Notably is concealed or disposed of evidence. Concealed or disposed of evidence is a type of evidence that is detailed in People versus Nelson as a means by which death by criminal agency can be established. And here we have three different instances in which evidence was concealed of and or disposed. The first comes by way of, four. I'm now thinking off the top of my head, four instances. The first that was sort of highlighted by way of testimony today was the car flooring. Officer Waldrop was the first to talk about this during the traffic stop on January 26th. Details during the traffic stop, he observed the carpeting cut out of the floor that immediately caught his attention. In a vehicle that was, I believe his word was immaculate, pristine, but also smelled or had the odor of cleaning. That car flooring was further testified to by CSI Officer Mark Stanley. Based on his estimation, based on his training experience, and probably because he has processed more cars than he can count, he believed that the ripped or cut flooring was recent because he didn't see any signs of wear and tear or any fraying around the edges. And what is, of course, effectively jumps off of the page, jumps off of the exhibits, is the location of where that flooring was cut. It is immediately around where all of the blue star and all of the blood evidence was found within the Yukon. There's the first piece. The second piece was the attempted, the defendant's attempted means of disposing of the blood evidence on the front passenger seat. As the court just ruled on a moment ago, it attributes the statements made to Matthew Perfit over at LaFontaine regarding a brand new seat cover to the defendant. But what's interesting about that seat cover is what Mr. Perfit did not see, but what the defendant did say. The defendant came in and he was trying to buy a new seat cover, and he was trying to buy a new seat cover because he provided to Mr. Perfit. The story was his son got into a fight and bled. But as Mr. Perfit stood at the Yukon, looked inside, he didn't see any evidence of blood. Why is that notable? That's notable because the defendant is talking about latent evidence. He is expressing a knowledge that he knows there is blood there. His story is not what the story that he's providing Mr. Perfit is a lie. It's an alternative version so that Mr. Perfit isn't any the wiser. But what Mr. James is implicitly telling Mr. Perfit, and that statement is demonstrating, is that he knows the existence of blood evidence in that seat and he is trying to get rid of it. And how do we know that? Well, we know that because that seat cover was never replaced. It was ordered, but it was never replaced. And there was an intervening event, and that intervening event is the traffic stop and ultimate seizure of that Yukon. And when that seat cover was processed, what happened? Officer Stanley could sense just by the amount of blood under the seat that there had to have been blood that soaked into the seat. And so what did he do? He went looking for latent evidence, and he cut the upholstery, peeled it back, and he found hiding beneath the upholstery the blood evidence. The blood evidence that this defendant knew was there and tried to conceal, tried to dispose of. The cell phones. The cell phones mark another point in which evidence was attempted to be disposed of. Those cell phones are connected back to our missing victim, Andrew Watson II, in two different ways. First, one of the cell phones, the one with the barcode sticker, has his fingerprint on it. Circumstantial evidence that at some point in time, Mr. Watson touched that phone. Additionally, there is blood evidence and DNA evidence from the victim recovered from the analysis of those items. More importantly, as it relates to the concealed or disposed of evidence, is the fact that on the gloves, you have both our victim and our defendant's DNA. And the last laboratory report effectively excludes Mr. James' sister, Philomena James, as a contributor to that glove. So those gloves show, as I indicated a moment ago, or as I argued a moment ago, that the mechanism, at the time of the mechanism of injury, the defendant and Mr. Watson were together. And those phones were found about 2 months after Mr. Watson went missing. They were found off of Kavanaugh. They were in a plastic bag, knotted up and discarded until they were later found. Now, mistakenly forgot what my fourth disposed of evidence item was. I should have written it down. Consciousness of guilt is also demonstrated, as indicated by People versus Nelson, by inconsistent statements. And of course now I remember it. The fourth attempt to dispose or conceal evidence is that of the car detailing. And of course that sort of segues into the inconsistent statements, which, as People versus Nelson, can be used to help establish that the death was a result of criminal agency. It was clear during the subsequent or follow-up interview in February with Detective Osborne. She asked the defendant, "Has your car ever been detailed?" And his answer is unequivocally no. We know that was a lie. We have evidence from the Officer Waldrop, who could smell chemicals. We have the CSI Officer Stanley, who could also smell chemicals. I think Officer Waldrop testified it smelled as if it was just detailed. We know, based on the follow-up investigation from Detective Osborne, that effectively one day, 24 hours after Mr. Watson goes missing, where is Mr. James? He is at Spotless Detailing on South Cedar. He is captured on their surveillance video. His GPS from his cell phone puts him at that location, dropping off the Yukon. You saw it backed into the bay on the video to be detailed. So that highlights both his attempt to conceal or dispose of evidence, but also his inconsistent statement, his flat out lie that he's never had it detailed, where he was caught on camera having that car detailed. He is vague or inconsistent about Mr. Watson's connection to the Yukon. He's never ridden in it. Well, he sat in it, but maybe he didn't sit in that car. I have access to other cars. He doesn't provide Officer Osborne with a clear answer as to that, because those inconsistent statements are evasive. And that evasive answering, those evasive statements, further demonstrate his consciousness of guilt. And finally, I will indicate that, as demonstrated by, or as referenced in Phillips 2, statements that are self-serving or even attempts to exculpate or denials can further be used to demonstrate criminal agency. And once again, I highlight statements made regarding the seat cover, trying to explain away something that nobody can see, something that he only knows is there, trying to put it on somebody else to exculpate himself, and self-serving statements regarding the car detailing is further evidence of the defendant's consciousness of guilt. All of that, Your Honor, all of that evidence that has been presented to this court throughout today, through the various testimony, through the witnesses, detail and stand as examples that have been supported by case law as evidence of death by criminal agency, such that it is the people's position that we have satisfied the second aspect of the corpus, that is, Mr. Watson's death was the result of criminal agency. Therefore, it is the people's position that we have satisfied the first element that we must prove in for bind over, which was that the defendant caused the death of Mr. Watson. The last remaining element is that of malice. The court is certainly well aware of the standard, is well aware that malice can be inferred from circumstantial evidence, and that comes out of the case of Nelson that is referenced in the bench memo. And without going into every piece of evidence again, it is the people's position that nearly every one of these pieces of evidence serve multiple and certainly a dual function. Evidence like motive, opportunity, the physical evidence, albeit specifically the blood and DNA evidence, not only show death by criminal agency, but show malice, that blood loss, that attempts to conceal, that a reasonable inference from that evidence can be that the death was the result of some amount of malice. So all of that, Your Honor, based on what I've outlined and detailed in the bench memo, based on the testimony that and evidence that it has been received by this court, using the framework that has been provided by various case law, it is the people's position that we have established all of the necessary elements to have this matter bound over to circuit court. The only thing that I will finally add, and I don't believe that I guess I would know because I haven't heard Mr. Austin argue yet, but I doubt that it was really going to be much of an argument, is that by way of venue. Now, every aspect of this case is all within the city of Lansing. Mrs. Watson lives in the city of Lansing. Her son has only been connected to the city of Lansing. The only residence that she has seen him at is the city of Lansing. Miss Ryan lives in the city of Lansing. She picked him up in the city of Lansing. The Georgetown address where they play poker is in the city of Lansing. All of the addresses that Mr. James detailed for Detective Osborne, their various venues for their poker games are all in the city of Lansing. The Yukon that is associated with Mr. James was seized in Vincent Court within the city of Lansing. LaFontaine, where Mr. James made statements to staff and evidence was received from there, is in the city of Lansing. The cell phones were found off of Kavanaugh, all within the city of Lansing. There is not a single question that venue is proper within the city of Lansing and Ingham County. To the extent that there is a question or an argument as to that, I think I submitted this already. I know the defense has it, but the Attorney General of the state of Michigan has designated by way of order that the city of Lansing, Ingham County is the appropriate venue and jurisdiction for this particular prosecution by way of statute MCL 762.3. And so with all of that said, unless the court has any specific question for me, I ask that this matter be bound over to circuit court as charged. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Response?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, I think at best, they may have demonstrated that Mr. James was or did try to have blood removed from a vehicle that he used. Now, to kind of work backwards and to address the more specific and particular arguments of Mr. Stevens, first starting with what they must prove is one, death of Mr. Watson, and that death occurred by some act or criminal agency of Mr. James. First of all, Your Honor, they have not demonstrated that Mr. Watson is dead. Even looking at the blood or the DNA evidence that Mr. Stevens talked about a lot in his argument. Your Honor, there was no evidence or testimony presented here today from any witness, for example, that testified to either a specific amount of blood in the vehicle or that there was no witness that testified that there is no way or no reasonable probability that someone could have survived that much blood loss. We don't have that, Your Honor. There has not been any type of body or any type of corpse there were no independent evidence that there was some type of murder or death by criminal agency, either that would have been witnessed by somebody else, no photographic or videographic evidence of such. So I think that they have failed, Your Honor, to demonstrate the first prong. That one, that there is a death, and two, that even if there was a death, that it was caused by some criminal agency by Mr. James. Now, Mr. Stevens was arguing to the court, well, could have been death by a gunshot. And we know that from the testimony of Officer Stanley. But Officer Stanley did not and could not tell us that. He could not specifically, unequivocally tell us that the evidence of what he observed in that vehicle was the result of a gunshot. He admitted as much on cross-examination. He admitted that he was speculating when he said that, but he couldn't say that for sure. He couldn't say that that was a gunshot. He couldn't say that that gunshot occurred at this particular time, that there was additional evidence of a gunshot, such as a shell casing or anything like that, that was recovered. Nothing that would indicate a gunshot, Your Honor, other than by his own admission that he was speculating that that's what it could have been. Certainly, there has not been any gun recovered or any other type of instrument that has been alleged to have been used in the death of Mr. Watson, which, again, Your Honor, that I don't believe that they have demonstrated even by a probable cause standard, either the death of Mr. Watson or that it's a result of some criminal agency attributable to Mr. James. Now, Mr. Stevens emphasizes a lot in his argument the subsequent actions beyond January the 12th of Mr. James, getting his car cleaned, getting his car detailed, etc. First of all, Mr. James never denied that he gets his car cleaned. He said maybe he didn't have it detailed, but he didn't deny that he cleans his car or has that cleaned. And I think it's very important, Your Honor, to point out that what the evidence was clear on regarding that vehicle. Mr. James is not the owner of that vehicle. He was not the sole user of that vehicle. He was not the sole driver of that vehicle. That there were other people that did use and had access to that vehicle apart from Mr. James. There was no evidence presented as to when that blood evidence would have originated in the vehicle, how long it was there. We don't know that. There is no lab report. There is no witness that testified here today that could tell us that or could specify that. There was no evidence or no witness that testified here today that Mr. James was responsible for some type of hole cut in the fabric of that vehicle. And pointing on that, Your Honor, Officer Waldrop made a point of emphasizing those things that Mr. Stevens talked about and emphasized in his argument. A hole in the carpet. The vehicle to him appeared to be too clean. It was immaculate. That was suspicious to him. There was an odor of chemicals. Now, apparently, that was so significant to Officer Waldrop that he failed to mention any of those things in his police report that he couldn't even remember if he authored or not in this case. A police report that was approximately one paragraph. He emphasizes these things, talks about how suspicious he finds them, but yet he didn't mention a single one of them when drafting a report connected to this case. I think the court can use that in determining credibility and when evaluating the evidence as well. And again, we don't know who, how, or when those things may have occurred in the car. There's nobody, there's no evidence, there's no witness that can tell us those things. As it's argued that Mr. James was being evasive when speaking to the police, which he agreed to do. He didn't have to do that. He voluntarily agreed to do that. The supposed inconsistent statements regarding Mr. Watson and being in the Yukon, I think just as likely an explanation, if not more probable, Your Honors. I think Mr. James was doing his best to be honest to the police. That's not the only car he has. It's not the only car he uses. So he doesn't want to definitively say and make a misstatement. Well, yes, he was in the car on this date, or I gave him a ride on this date. He may have been, he may not have been, because that's not the only car that Mr. James uses. So I think that actually makes him credible in that he's doing his best to give an honest statement to the police as he can. And the argument, Your Honor, that malice can be inferred from all of these numerous things that Mr. Stevens mentioned and emphasized in his argument, that the law says malice can be inferred. Could be. But that also means that it can just as easily not be inferred. Not must, not shall, can be. And I would certainly ask the court to conclude that they have failed, even at a probable cause standpoint, to prove that there was any malice in this case. But again, Your Honor, the court only gets to that additional prong of the analysis if the court is satisfied that one, that Mr. Watson is deceased, and that was at the hands by some type of criminal act by Mr. James. That again, Your Honor, they just have not demonstrated, they have not proven, even by a probable cause standpoint. I disagree with the assertion that the evidence shows that Mr. James was the last person to either be with or see Mr. Watson alive. There was no conclusive evidence of that, Your Honor, because we don't have any type of additional witness statements to fill in the gap. What happened once they got to the place at Georgetown? What happened after that? And so forth. We don't have that evidence. We don't have those witness statements. So it is speculation to assert that Mr. James was the last person to be with or see Mr. Watson alive. The evidence just does not demonstrate that, Your Honor. And the argument that the evidence of the glove and the DNA and forensic evidence on the glove, that puts them, meaning Mr. James and Mr. Watson, together at the mechanism of injury. That is not what that demonstrates, Your Honor. That does not demonstrate that that puts Mr. Watson together with Mr. James at some point that there was an injury, or what Mr. Stevens is ultimately inferring and arguing is the death. It does not demonstrate that. It does not prove that, because we don't know at what period of time that would have occurred. And as far as the argument that there hasn't been any subsequent either social contact or any other type of contact on any type of databases or records of that of Mr. Watson, First of all, Your Honor, it was very unclear from the testimony as to exactly how many hits they got on any type of databases or any type of either financial records or any other type of records for Mr. Watson. We don't know how extensive those were, how many they have, because we did not have the person that actually did that or conducted those searches here today to tell us that. We don't know how many, if any of those may have occurred prior to this January 12th date, because again, we don't have the person here to tell us all the specifics of that. So I think really very little weight, if any, should be given to that to demonstrate that Mr. Watson is missing and ultimately use that to conclude that he is deceased based on that. So what we're left with, Your Honor, after this hearing is a whole lot more questions than I think that we've gotten answers to. They can't conclusively tell us, first of all, that Mr. Watson is in fact deceased. And if he is, they can't tell us when that occurred. They can't tell us precisely how that would have occurred. They can't tell us where that would have occurred. They can't tell us that Mr. James is the one that did that. And to touch on the venue argument, Your Honor, Mr. Stevens made, or maybe preemptively made in his argument, that is something that they have to demonstrate as well. Let's say and concede just momentarily for the sake of argument that the court is satisfied